Yummy, yummy. Oh my god. I am so sleepy. Eepy, eepy. Okay, Broski, where is my... Oh, wasn't this the guy who we saw? Oh man. I know like most people are not here yet, but this album cover. Hello, Maxi. This album cover, we saw the artist account the other day, right? Dang, and the album's right here. That's cool. It's a little bit loud. It's a bit like noisy. We need our relaxing music. Oh, Fubuki's artist is drawing too. He's always also on this time. What time is it in Japan again? Hello, unknown. Huh. Anyways, I'm still trying to wake up. I still need to eat my dinner. Oh, that's good dinner music. Uh, Hello, George. Where is my what am I looking for? I'm just gonna go with the Okay, I can bump later. Cool. Why is it not loading? Anyways, today is a Friday, so if you guys want to do show and tell, today is the day. And then I see you guys were in the chat. I wanted to join the chat, and I got caught up in like yeah, of course, unknown. I got caught up in VR chat again because I saw another artist whom I follow, and they follow me as well on Twitter. So that was kind of cool. I kind of forgot what the name account name is. Up on melancholy. Here. Yeah, the art is not very safe for work. That's why I can't exactly show. But like this individual, I followed a long time ago, and then they're currently in VR chat. They're currently drawing as well, which is very interesting. If you guys want to check their accounts out, but I will warn you, it is not safe for work. Slightly not safe for work. Anyways, actually quite not safe for work, I think. Oh no, art for sure. Unknown. I don't know why my brain auto targeted the Vey. Yes, I wonder what other kind of cute things they draw. Anyways, today I want to try doing some, so I'm waiting for stuff to be posted and critique if anybody wants to. But otherwise, I'm going to be working on phase iterating some clothing design choices. I've been just sitting around daydreaming about what might fit. I think the general philosophy is to go for something that would look cute, that fits the other different ideas that we have here, and also then on top of that, perform adjustments to fit her lore and fit her other elements a little bit better. For example, her tail and all that, because lore-wise, she can fix her own clothes. So I think it makes a lot of sense that we would have gotten stuff that is already made and then do adjustments based off of that, based on what her own preferences are. So we need to get into her head and see what kind of stuff would be great for that. That's number one. Number two is I need to come up with some ideas for stuff they would draw. Also, by the way, this not safe for work part of the clothing design, I think it's inconsequential. So what that means is the clothing itself would not have anything related to, would not represent any of the ideas. Inconsequential. Okay, yes, thank you, Unknown. And then I put it in the wrong fucking layer. Bro. Every time, man. Anyways, and then for the other mind map, it's going to be more like stuff, you know, what kind of pieces do I need to draw in order to facilitate the storytelling of setting up her what you call it, personality and stuff in a more tangible way. Unknown as usual, there's not much I can talk about. Because no reference and no setup here. There's I mean, it looks interesting. Like you're filling up the space with a lot of interesting stuff. Right? I don't know much about cover art. I don't know what kind of considerations would go into cover art. But if this is going to be used for thumbnailing, your character might be too small. If it's like a YouTube thumbnail, it's going to be too small, I think. It's probably really hard to see. Because the thumbnail is about this size, I think, right? Was it a bit smaller? But face-wise, I think the really good thing is that your face are all lining up really well. Like, maybe you want to try different angles and stuff, but like so far the more recent ones that you have posted, they're all fine. It's just really simplistic, which if that's what you want, that's fine, right? But otherwise, you know, that's great. Like within the stuff that you're drawing and the stuff that you're executing, the ideas that you're executing, it reads. I know what you're doing. It's readable, right? It's not like the anatomy is very distracting or anything. But in this case here, so that's the good stuff, right? That's the good stuff. But again, like, you know, there's a limit to the simple thing. I shall wait for the day where you decide to try to maybe how should I even adjust this? I think that, okay, so I don't know what I should do here, since you don't want to necessarily hear about all the technical stuff, in which case there's not much to talk about. But I think at the very least, you might want to shift your head a little bit over. Because it feels like, I don't know if this character is male or female, but it feels like they're kind of leaning a little bit too much over. You see like the body is going this way, they're like falling over. Yeah, you're kind of like going this way. Like this way here. Because your shoulders are here. Your neck should be in the middle. And then, assuming that they're just... Well, I mean, even this drawing here is kind of slanted. It's intentional? Well, if that's the case, that's fine then. Is there anything you want to ask me? Because I don't know what to tell you here. Oh, no, no. Unknown? Anything? Anything you want to talk about? Because if you're saying that, you know, hey, the neck tilt is intentional, hey, you just want simplistic stuff, right? Nothing crazy for the face, nothing crazy for the hair. And you don't want to learn hands or anatomy and stuff like that, there's literally nothing I can talk about. If you can see this one kind of doodle or cartooning, what does that mean? Like, do I see it as like a cartoonish style? Maybe is that what you're asking? I'm not very familiar with other cartoonish styles. I mean, but if I were to, I mean, like cartoonish style, sure. I mean, that I don't know where to draw the line. That's the thing. In my head, let me put it this way. So the way I see it is cartoon. The word cartoon in my head means specifically the Western cartoon style. In which case, what I'm thinking of is the very nitty, like the very gritty kind of cartoon art. You know, let me cartoon comics, like yeah, comic art, right? Comic art is what I think of as cartoons, but I'm not 100% sure if that's quite right. So in my head, the word cartoon is associated with something a little bit more realistic, like this. The cartoon art that you are referring to, I mean, like this, sure. I don't mean this offensively, right? I don't mean to criticize you directly, but I think of these as a little bit more like childish sort of styles. I wouldn't really necessarily classify it as it is part of the cartoon umbrella though. I do agree. If this is like what you're going for, I think sure, you know. But cartoon is a really broad umbrella. It's like people from the West consider anime art cartoon as well. So like, you know, that means unless you're drawing stuff like realistic stuff, portraits, again, like this kind of stuff, but in a very realistic render, unless you're doing that, then people would just automatically group it under cartoon, possibly, for the Western audience. I don't know where people draw the line. Is there anything else, unknown? If not, I guess I'll just move on to George. Is that you want to go, George, or you want to go later? I see you already posted it, so. Yo ho ho. Yeah, I know exactly what you're trying to do here. I don't know if I can really help you out though, again, because this is kind of it's okay, don't worry about my practice, because my I'm trying to eat. I'm trying to eat here still. So yeah, man, I feel very inadequate. This is the same thing that I'll probably struggle with. But let me see, right? Because Horizon. I guess this is not strictly the horizon. This isn't necessarily strictly the horizon, because it's just the ground here. It could be that the horizon's higher and then there's buildings just blocking it. But then, I mean, I imagine it will still somewhere be somewhere here, right? I don't know if you can grab like the angle here. And then use it to plan out the structure here. So what would the character be doing, right? Yeah, this is really hard. If you want to do this right, I think the best way is still probably to set up a 3D environment. Because the amount of skill required to set this up correctly and do it well is kind of insane, in my opinion. Because in order for that to work, you need to have a very good amount of experience going from boxes into anatomy, right? And that takes a long time to figure out correctly and stuff like that. For yourself too. It's not like you can just take someone else's stuff, because the stylization will be different, the shapes will be different. And then it would be Is in my opinion, this is a very hard thing to do well if you want to do it without 3D. And given that, like, if you're not trying to be like an anatomy master, well, if you are, then go ahead, right? But if not, then I feel like it's just maybe not worth the time investment, possibly. But yeah, I remember at some point in time on the stream, we wanted to do practice like this too. To do the anatomy practice like this too. This angle feels like you won't see the face anymore, I feel like. So the shoulders are here, but because this stretch is here, so at least it has to go here. And then, what would the hips be doing, right? Because the legs are coming forwards, I think? What's happening actually, right? Let me see. Right, I can see her knee here. Right. So her knee is here, right? My own lines are getting in the way. My knees, her knees are here. So the crotch piece would be folded up, probably. So this would probably be a lot lower, higher up. Folded up, we see the front of it. The crotch would probably be here somewhere. Oh, this would probably be tilted too, because the other leg is lower, I imagine. I'm just guessing here, by the way. I'm not also, you know, good enough to be able to know for a fact. It just feels like this would be more natural. Possibly a little bit more even. Depending on how far back the other leg goes, I imagine. I know you're just asking for his perspective. I'm trying to understand the thingy. And now I'll try to put it into this block here, I think. Yeah, if you can break down the original, get the boxes, and then get a rough view. Because what happens is that you see this angle that you set up with your camera, along with the sort of natural, like the horizontal axis here. You get these sort of coincident, like these angles here. They're not necessarily very useful, but I think like based on that, you can kind of see that maybe the arms would be a little bit higher, right? Because your angle is kind of still going down. You're looking at this angle, and it feels like the arms are going a little bit lower instead of not as high as here. This feels like it's watching it at a 90-degree angle. You probably see the full length of it rather than or maybe like this is not that accurate, because I imagine this is more accurate to what you want to draw in your mind. Maybe one way or another, but so this is the normal here. She's clearly looking down, and then we have the chest piece that will probably go this way, and then the crotch probably be like here. She will bend. This is a bit too low. Need more space here. And now she's floating, but anyways, go up front. Basically, this is the horizon line. That means it's going straight forwards then, I think, right? Let me think. Actually, how would that work? So I'm viewing from a specific angle. I'm seeing the ground, right? So I'm seeing the ground, like here, and then I'm seeing the legs head on. It just means it's coming to the current angle, which we are meeting with the horizon line. Actually, yeah, I cannot visualize this. I don't know if that means that it's necessarily here on the horizon then, for us. Intuitively, it feels like that would be the case. And then the legs feels like it's probably gonna come forwards because the other leg is behind, right? If not, it'd be kind of hard to balance. So the other leg would be something like that. Her arm would be like this. And so on and so forth. And then you can kind of do a quick check here, right? So if let's say this was our current viewpoint, like why I'm checking here is I'm just trying to make sure the relative angles here are correct. So if I'm seeing the head here, right at the elbows, right? I'm trying to see if I'm viewing from this angle, hey, am I going to intersect the elbows here? It looks like it would. So that means this angle here is enough. If not, I might have to push it higher or push it lower, right? This feels natural. This feels right. Looking at this, looking at the amount of space I can see, how much space in the chest can I see? About the same. I can see a little bit of face, right? Because the face is above my viewpoint here, so I should be able to see a bit of it. I'm looking right at the knee, and then I'm looking at the foot coming down, and I can see a bit of foot. That makes sense. So if that's the case, if all these things checked out, then I can place my new angle here, which appears to be just head-on the face here. It would probably be like this angle now. So from this point of view here, if this was my canvas like this, I can get a rough idea of how much space each section is gonna be, I think. And then you can use that to plan your own illustration. So if this illustration is roughly... where am I stopping this actually? Something like that, I guess. I'm putting an imaginary screen here because anytime you view something, I do believe you're just doing a 2D projection of the 3D environment, right? So you have the 3D environment, you're projecting it onto a screen, which is what you're looking at. So if this is the 2D projection screen, it will be like this. And then you can get the relative proportion. So if I put the face here, for example, how much space is like, maybe like it's like, so let's say halfway mark is like somewhere at the bottom of the face. This will be the bottom of the face. My head is here. My arms are gonna go up to hit the top. And then where are my knees gonna be, right? In the remaining half of the space, maybe like about here. But then I will see the knees. But the knees are gonna be pointing in a different direction. It's not gonna be pointing at the eyes here. Where you see a bit of the top of the thing here, right? Because you see a bit at the top of the knee here. So you see a bit of the top of the knee. I don't know what's exactly going to be blocking here. Maybe your boobas are kind of big. But something of the chest. Some parts of the chest are going to block it, I think. And then the crotch piece, sorry, the hips are basically not going to be visible. Then the other leg, where is it going to be? So I'm mapping again. So this knee is going to be here. This knee is going to be lower visually. So it's going to be lower on the mapping. So it's going to be lower. Despite being in the back, which I think is a bit confusing. I think currently this middle line is confusing my brain. I'm thinking that it's the horizon. It's not the horizon, right? Because the horizon from our point of view here is like infinity this way. So it's way higher. It's like here. So that means, actually I'm having trouble seeing this as well. I'm seeing the entire front of the leg to the bottom of the screen here. The other leg would just kind of fit. I feel like it should be higher though. Why would it be lower? But in the mapping it is higher. Sorry, it is lower. Sorry. What? Jeez. Maybe it kind of lines up. No, it is clearly distinctly lower, it looks like. Should I curve horizon a bit? If you want. I'm trying to think about the physics behind it. Indeed, right? Indeed. If that's what you want, like it will work too, I think. I'm trying to think about what would change if you were to do that. I think what would change would just be the arms and stuff, primarily, because they were curved towards the let me think. So what you're saying is, sorry, what I'm trying to say, I guess, is if the horizon's here, and this is the other point, and our camera is trying to focus on this bit here. I know you're saying 1 point perspective, but I don't think any of the shapes necessarily... No, it would, right? Because these shapes are pointing towards us. So they follow the perspective that would have a vanishing point there, which has nothing to do with our, let's say, positive X, and our possibly negative Z over here. Because that's the main setup. So that's the X, right? And this is the Z. But then because of the way that we view it, they will align more to this horizon here, I think is how it will look like. Especially if you're close with the thing here. Sorry, I don't really fully get this. I'm just going off of instinct here, and I don't know if it's right. So if you want to do the thing, maybe I should have used. Oh, sorry, I'm getting very pedantic with the number, with the axis stuff. But I'm gonna use Y for up and down here. So this here would be the let's say negative z, and then this would be positive z. So that means this is at some point in time there's a z here, right? So if it were not fisheye, this horizon would be super long, right? And then the z and the positive z and the negative z will be way off screen here. So, and then in this kind of environment, the arms will be straight. If we're doing fisheye lens, it means we're pulling the vanishing point in and pulling the vanishing point in, which curves the space, I think. And because this curves the space, it will curve the arms a little bit more. It will distort the things this way, I think, is how it will look. I would like to think, though. I'm not 100% sure, once again. Because if I were to remove this axis and made it like this instead, we will be coming in. Because in the previous axis, my arms are pointing here, but in the new one, because of the movement of the axis vanishing points here, my arms are now pointing a little bit more in the center, because everything is squished inside. So that will push it in. If you're doing fisheye, that will also make the stuff in the front a lot bigger than the back. So that would potentially mean something more like a big face. A really big face, shoulders, curved arms, and then maybe the knee up front too. It's not really that close, but the knee will be the next one. And then the other knee. This is the top of the head though. It means the... I don't know if this is helpful at all, by the way. I'm also trying to work this out on the fly here. What's our hair doing? Right. Oh, the skirt. Oh, the skirt is hard. Hang on. Primarily 2 entry, so we have 2 wings on the side like that. So 2 wings on the side like that. I should be doing this number. The outer contour is front and back, so it will come down, hit the knee, come down, come back. This will also come down and then go back. So what will we see? We will see up till that entry, this line here possibly, maybe a bit more from the back. But I think it curves down enough that it's not visible still. So that means, yeah, like kind of like what you have. I think would make sense. Oh yeah, man, I don't think I can be enough of a help. Like I think even if this is interesting, like the plotting and the perspective and the mapping and stuff, it's not going to be rigorous enough. I think I can't see it through to the end. Yeah. It's very interesting because once you do fisheye lens, what that means is all of these axes begin to curve, right? So the z-axis that is responsible for the other horizon, the horizontal axis, the vertical axis, sorry, this other horizontal axis, and then the vertical axis. If you're doing fisheye perspective, I think the y-axis might get a little bit distorted as well. Not as much as the other guys. But if that's the case, I think these legs and stuff will also start to bend down. It will appear to bend down and stuff. And bend into the horizon that is being squished. Indeed, yeah, it's worth trying. But like, again, I think this is similar to the other thing with the construction of anatomy. It's like, in order to really use this fluently, the amount of time you have to spend to really go through all the test cases is kind of crazy. Like, go through all of these practices. I do think the skirt probably should come to the front a bit more. Sorry, to the side a bit more. Like, what you have is kind of entering I think a little bit too quickly. I'm not sure though. Because I feel like if we view top down, it will be kind of like a circle, right? What does that mean then? It's kind of like a circle with 2 ridges here, and this is in the back. So assuming that we don't see that still, I think that still probably needs to open up a bit more. But yeah, if the fisheye comes in, then that's a little bit trickier. If no fisheye, then maybe... Would that be in the back? Along the butt, maybe? Maybe a little bit more like this. Maybe a bit more presence. I'm not sure though. I think you could just go with shapes that you like. Man, George, you're really challenging yourself and myself. This is very advanced stuff. What? 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 What are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're saying. It's very confused. Yeah, this needs a reference for like top-down anime face, I think. Likely won't be able to see the face anymore. And then we need to see some of the back. Oh yeah, it's very tricky, man. This is very tricky. In my original plotting, did I figure out if this... Oh, I'm doing head-on, I see. If I'm kind of doing head-on, I guess I don't really see the back on my original plot. Yes, thank you, George. I feel like it's crazy though. It's good. It's good that you're always pushing the limits. I feel bad that I can never really truly help you, for a fact. You wanted to go for fisheye, right? This is what this is, I think. Fisheye is tricky though, because fisheye implies you're very zoomed in. That means your face would basically take out everything. Which, but I mean, that's fine too, right? If that's what you want. But then if in this angle where you can't really see it, I guess you just be drawing a nose. You get some hair maybe in the front, depending, because there's going to be a lot of speed, perhaps. Oh, I see what the issue is. Yeah. Everything needs to be exaggerated. Maybe a little bit too big, but... I don't know how to draw the face like this, top down, with just the nose. I think it's a bit flatter than this. But then you also have hair too. So maybe just hair too will also work. I'm gonna attempt this anyway, just because your ideas are always very very challenging. I think technically it's very good practice. Mentally is very is very challenging too. But that's good though, that's good. It shows a lot of things. It shows that you're not afraid to try. You've gotten this far. It shows that you have the mental fortitude to keep going. And also ask people for help. And it being always this always being the case, that means Oh my, George, you're gonna be there. You're gonna get very far, I think, if you keep this up. Although you probably need to find someone a lot more technically stronger than me in order to get better help. Because I think you should get to the best version of this. I think it would definitely you will definitely learn a lot, especially if you can find a way to sort of like do what I did, where you sort of frame it up, set it up, get like a more logical structure behind the planning, because it will be super duper helpful. You can figure out, hey, am I supposed to see more or less, that kind of stuff, and a lot of these questions would just resolve themselves. You can make use of this one time to sort out all of those things, and then it'll be super cool. I cannot figure out what is the front leg supposed to be like. I think the knees, same thing, it will be really big, and then instead of seeing more legs, because previously the planning showed that it's gonna see the entire length of the foreleg here, but I don't think that will be the case, because everything will be curved in downwards this way now. So I think it's just a huge knee. Yeah, unknown. I think you will at some point as well. If you keep drawing, at some point you want to draw better, and then that's when you have the energy and motivation to go for something more technical and intense. Which doesn't look right. Oh wait, let me think. Because target 1, target 2, right? Hang on. This is the entry, and that is the entry. So I am pushing these guys together as well, because the curvature is bringing everything together here. So that means this is... Actually, this is not plus x, this is minus x. So this is minus x, and this is minus z, and this is plus z, right? Our positive y is off screen, but our negative y should be on screen too, because everything is getting squished into this frame. So our frame is still here, but because we're squishing everything in, the top and bottom here, this axis will bend. This X will not necessarily bend downwards, but like it will maintain here. But then the Z axis will bend inwards as well. So rather than having an axis that's going in and out of the screen, right? So coming in and out of the screen, not like this. It will just bend this way. Everything gets squished. That means this leg will naturally appear like it's going down because the space is getting bent. So we'll get less area on the shins. But then the foot being this will bend to maybe show more of the top. So actually the foot might be bigger now, possibly more area. Still smaller though. And then like this thing will come down. Top view, it will still come to the front, right? It's just a little bit jagged. This I think will be a stylistic choice, but I think it might be better if you just actually show the knee. But you can also hide it, because given this angle, you might not even see anything anymore. You might just see like the thing, which is also fine, right? Kind of like Silk Song, where you only have the cape most of the time. Oh, right. And then you wouldn't open up this much anymore, because again, we're squishing the space here. So rather than having the full width of the skirt, I think it would be like this now. The previous two wings will get shifted more, by the way, I think, because they're further back. Is that right? Because anything that is further away from the... Oh no, it's not because it's further back, it's because it's further away from the center of the illustration. So center has no distortion, right? Well, less distortion. And then as the sides go out, there's more and more distortion affecting it. So it will be maybe something like this. Logically speaking, I think. And then the arms might be here. You might want to push the arms more so that maybe it's more obvious, right? Because pushing it up and down here doesn't really affect, like, it's not like technically wrong. It just means that your arms are higher or lower, right, in the pose. So you get a bit of flexibility in that. You can just change it to make it fit in your canvas better, I think. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know if I would... I feel like this shape here, because I'm not sure about what the skirt should look like, feels very distracting. Because it keeps telling me that I don't know what I'm doing. If you just put it like a really long canvas, still shows the legs. Maybe not even, actually. I don't know. If this was like a manga frame, like an impact frame, or like one of those like very split second thingy, I guess it would be fine to just cut off the legs. and just have the face and then have the arms, because people can tell what's happening. I think if it's an illustration, I would want a little bit more, it feels like, because otherwise it's very blank. I do have to see the end of the hands. What's she holding? Like two guns, I think. It is pointing in. I see. It's more like this. Yeah, the skirt is beyond me, because there's multiple things happening. One of them is perspective, and then the fisheye distortion, and then you have all the shapes and the rings, like all the details. Everything is kind of yeah, no, that's right. I need to learn to do this in a more cleaner way. Because I can't send this. This is like unreadable. For another day. Here's for another day. Yeah, unknown. If you want to send more stuff, like rather than sending more, like how do I say this? If you're just drawing for fun, there's really not much I can offer you at all. So the one person per person limit thing is, I don't know if it's gonna be that different. Even if I let you send more, is the thing. If you want to get better, you have to do very technical stuff. So this is our the base POV, and then I get POV. Canvas projection. So like art is equals to 2D projection, right, of space. So you have roughly head, arm, body. So you're drawing the line here, by the way. We're not actually we're not mapping this way. We're mapping from the point here, so it has to be a little bit here. So this is base, right? So this is the base setup. Then the warping comes in with the fish eye lens, but then I'm just gonna finish off this first. It's not pointless unknown if it helps you draw, but the thing is, if you're looking to get any like necessarily that useful advice out, it's not gonna be that different. Then just keep drawing. You need to just keep drawing if you want to get better with that. Oh, actually, I do need to. Hang on. I'm trying to make this a little bit more comprehensive here. Like this. I don't think that. Okay, I think the hips might not be curving that much. This is an anatomy issue. I don't know how much it will curve. How much it will turn here, rather. Not curve. Well, I mean, unknown is up to you, man. I just have to tell it like the way it is. If you don't want to try it, then that's up to you. It's on you entirely. Wait, what? When did this get pulled out? That's weird. Oh yeah, okay, so this part never accounted for the other variations on the other direction, but if you have most of it, you can probably do adjustments afterwards if you want. As the arms are slightly different here. Alright man, see you later. Yeah, the arms are kind of high, perhaps. Maybe the head should be a bit lower. So this target is here. Yeah, the arms are not enough then. It's over. It's hitting the bottom one. Is this too big? Why is it so big? Right, I see. Hmm. Something changed, huh? Oops. Which one goes more, actually? That's the difference, right? Wait, are they? I know Gabe likes drawing Gunnar art. Man, how do I even do this distortion? This is hard. Okay, I'm gonna cheat. I'm just gonna use a mesh here. Let me take a look what they're doing here. Should I? Should I bother? I don't think they are, right? Like the thumbnail doesn't look like it, but I guess it could have they could have changed since then. Hello PSH. Oh, okay, the way I'm doing this is probably not necessarily right. It's my mental model, but in terms of projection, this might be a little bit harder to use, I think, possibly. I'm not sure, though. Because if you're a fish eye, you have to be really close. So let's say you're here now. And then you're trying to put everything in. Your canvas projection would have a huge head. Actually, it's not even big enough. And then the knee would be here. Yeah, because if it's truly fish eye, then it would be a lot closer actually. It would be right on top of the head like this. Which means my center point isn't quite there yet. I'll have to move this down. And then for the curving of space, yeah, so essentially what I'm saying is the space is curved to the point where with the same sort of thing, I'm seeing just the head, and I'm seeing the arms curve in this way. Yeah, but this was following that, right? So in order for this to be doing that, this curvature is insane. So maybe it's not that much. Anyways, I think at some point you just take over with like shapes that you like. But yeah, right? The problem is until that point you have nothing really to work with. How do you even practice this? I think Modane actually did explain perspective and stuff in a very technical way. Stuff like what you're trying to do, George. Like more like 4-point, 5-point, and 6-point perspective. Which is sounds really stupid, but it just means you're pushing all the points in. And then you will use a circle in order to plot instead. So rather than using a line and drawing horizon vanishing points, Mogun, but it's in his colossal course, so. This guy. Because I remember he was explaining it, but then when you get to that point, like it's all really weird stuff already. Because this will be plus y, this will be minus y, minus x, plus x. And then other lines curve this way. And then the problem comes as to, hey, where are we on this grid? And I think because we're looking at down, this inherently is the horizon. Oh, sorry, my x is here actually. My guy is here. My arms are kind of like this. Oh, previously it would have been like that. Yeah. Oh man, so hard. Like, okay, so maybe the face would be like here or something. The arms would be like curved like this. Previously is there, maybe even lower actually then. Curve this way. And the legs will be here. It's like a sunny side up egg. It's like an egg basically. Oh my god. Something is not right here. Sorry, I can only carry you this far then I think. I'm trying to make the notes at least to carry some of the ideas through. But I don't even know how to do that right now. Because it's saying it out is one thing I think, but like putting it down onto paper and having it be understandable, that is an issue I think at this point. Just eat that first. Yeah, no problem, George. I hope one day this can be it can be a little bit more helpful in this regard. I can see the fisheye transformation in my head, but it's not clear enough for me to draw it. It's like a lens adjustment, right? You just turn the lens and then the face gets bigger, the arms get stretched into the back, right? And then everything gets stretched and turned. Let me try at least finish this off a little bit more. Where is this? What is this? Oh, this jump. Yeah, almost even this way, right? It'll be lower too, just because the things are getting squished. The y-axis is getting pushed down. Right. So, yeah, the hair might block things depending on how big the hair might be. It'll be like the top of it. Be the knee. This is too big. That's why axis is curved down. And then so plus minus z is curved inwards. I have to move this out here. Okay, this is kind of ridiculous. I don't think it'll be that much, but I do need to fit it onto this. So previously those are not there, and then they're kind of pushed in now. Space for this. I'm gonna put a skirt above the knee just because I don't have space here, but if I just go down, I don't know if you can see anything. I can still keep it that way. Need this line to not interfere with the assessment. I should still be able to see the shoulders. Assuming the stylization for the proportions actually does show it. Yeah, I don't know if this is legible necessarily, but I hope it at least encompasses the idea. I think I might one day have to decipher this myself, probably. But then if we get better, then I can maybe come back and see if I made any mistakes. And what would have been different. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag it on like this, but this is very interesting stuff. Oof. I don't know if I would necessarily practice a perspective like this. Wait, George, do you not have any 3D mannequins? Actually, I mean like in software though. I forgot if like the post my art, what's it called, post my art? I forgot if it has like ability to change the camera size and stuff. My phone is blowing up, what the hell is happening? Oh, PSH, I see that you're oh, okay, you can change it. I see that you like my Instagram stuff, PSH, thank you. Yeah, CSP you can do it, and then this you can also do it. Kinda jank. What the? Oh, it's the shield. What? My phone is blowing up. My phone is blowing up. The artist I was talking about before as well, he was also, well, he or she. I'm not sure if it's he or she, but considering the subject matter, I would imagine it's more likely that it's a he than a she. But they're also liking my stuff on Twitter, so my phone is just zip 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 zip, zip right now. Wait, what? Why is it turned this way, bros? Oh, I see, George. You didn't. I see. I see. Yeah, this is really good. If you don't mind doing this, this is kind of annoying. You need to spend time to get used to. Oh, actually, this looks better actually than mine. This definitely looks better than mine. I don't mean the arms though. The arms are very broken right now. It takes some patience to go through and have other things and click on other things and stuff like that. Also, you can't go closer than this. Okay. So that is a problem. So even though you can be kind of like, you know, skewed in terms of the perspective, it's not fisheye, first of all, right? This is not curved. That's why the arms and everything is still very straight here. So you're still missing the curvature, but you can see the distortion a little bit, and if you just curve it based on your understanding of like a curved space, it would be also helps to if you just like, you know, see other people do stuff. I think I've seen some other people do stuff over the years, and when I was drawing what I was drawing, it wasn't entirely just the plotting. The plotting was there, but part of it is also trying to fit the mental image of what I have, what I think it would look like if I were to draw it. So it's a bit, so I'm like cheating a little bit, but yes, Deemer. Come on, I see that the voice chat stream sharing is now my stream instead. The thumbnail. Anyways, if that's everything for now, I'm just gonna continue doing my mind map, which is kind of stupid, but because currently the objective is mostly just to figure out face design in every aspect. I think like a lot of the stuff is tied down. Actually, based on our discussion yesterday, I don't know if you guys would even call it a discussion, but someone commented, like people comment different things, and what was that point? Oh yeah, I guess I kind of found it by myself, but like there was the point where we found like monster girls, like true monster girls, instead of just having, you know, tails attached to human bodies, right? But like, I think it's very interesting because it means that I can expand on the lore a little bit more, right? If you're doing genetic modification, surely it's a trial and error process. No matter how good you are, you're gonna fail, you're gonna come back, you're gonna try to fix things, and as a result of that, I think we have. I'm slowly making some of the story elements a little bit more cohesive because For example, if I'm saying that my character here is created in a lab where there are many others that are created and they all have a kill switch inside, right? Because if you're creating someone, you want to be able to control them. So having a kill switch makes a lot of sense. But having a kill switch will ruin the story because that means she will basically die, you know, when she would have escaped. So that wouldn't work. So I need a good reason of why not. Why does she not have that? And I think a good angle might be that, you know, maybe the creator has constantly been making all these, and then it just takes a lot of time to add like a very elegant kill switch. So instead of spending time doing that, right, and then considering, I don't know what the kill switch might be like, maybe it's some kind of a biological shutdown if you send some kind of signal or something. And then anything biological has to go through all the DNA and all that thing, you know, just from a layman's point of view, right? And I'm not doing biology or anything. So if you already have a bunch of DNA that you're trying to make them work together, make it stable, then adding additional shit like that is going to be kind of a pain in the ass, right? Especially if you're constantly making and failing and making and failing. So I think at some point he just decided that, hey, I'm not going to bother with this shit. I'm just going to use a shotgun if they don't listen to me or if I need to end them. So that's why then that's why my character wouldn't have it, because she is the first one that succeeded, right? Then she would have been killed, and then the next one would have been the final version, so-called, and the next one would have had everything done, and so on and so forth. And I think this adds a very interesting sort of detail to the lore and makes some of the things I need her to have a little bit more make sense, right? Otherwise, why would she not have this kill switch? She's more experimental than the other ones, and by nature more unstable. She would definitely have one, but too much problem, man. Too much trouble. You use a collar, use a chain, use a shotgun with a bunch of buckshot or like birdshot. That's the job just the same, right? It's a bit messier, but you save some time and it decreases complexity. So that makes a lot of sense. And then also, you know, the presence of these intermediary states also adds a little bit more to the story as to how she eventually got out and so on and so forth. I think it's kind of interesting. So slowly we are fleshing out the ideas more and more and more. And then currently today's mind map's objective is mostly just to figure out what kind of art I need to draw in order to let people understand the character. Nobody wants to read like 5,000 words that I've written. Maybe some of you guys will want to read the 5,000 words that I've written, but I think it'd be better if we can draw ideas. And currently I do have some sketches in this. It's a little bit not safe for work. I'm gonna zoom out a lot. Right, this is truly not safe for work stuff, because we're not just talking about nudity, we are doing suggestive stuff. But this is one particular example of what I'm trying to do. Like, so if you have a frame that sort of explains what the wings are for, or how much it can move and what exactly is it doing. Stuff like that, right? But except I don't want to just do physical design. So there's going to be multiple parts to this. There's going to be the physical design part. There's going to be personality expression kind of stuff. So we're going to have physical features. So actually I've already done this on my notepad. But yeah, her wings are basically useless. It's just good for censorship, kind of. It actually doesn't really reach that far around her waist. I don't think it can reach around and cover her crotch. I don't think it would actually fit. I don't know what about the bone structure and anatomy behind the scenes, but you know, to some extent it is just what you want to make happen. So I'm not caring too much. This is not readable. My god. And physical features, and then we have personality. So on this side. And then, so personal features, physical features, personal features. I am freaking merging it into my head, here. So we have. Let me see. So there's actually not much to talk about other than all the special stuff, because like human anatomy, we all know enough. We don't need any examples. There's nothing interesting in that regard. So it would just be all the special stuff. Then we can get our tail. So we have that split. Anything else? Oh, I think some basic stuff might also be fine. Because we do need to know some basic anatomy stuff. For example, but actually that's okay. So what I'm thinking is, even if human anatomy, right? Like we still need to show, like, for example, her body shape, that kind of stuff. But the reason why I don't think that's worth the time is because it's likely going to change over time. Part of me releasing the design early is so that I can work on it and constantly have it sort of iterate on itself. So body shape would be one idea. So this will include stuff like the amount of fat, how lengthy and long versus wide are the forms, I guess. I want to write the word fat, but I think it'd be taken the wrong way. I think body shape, I guess, already suggests that. I just leave that for now. So personality, I think, is where the interesting comes in, right? Interesting stuff comes in. So we have antisocial. So the antisocial behaviors, what does that look like in the original state versus the new state? And then we have the tsundere stuff, which I don't know how this fits actually. There's some kind of connection in between, but I can't see it quite clearly just yet in my head. But I'm just gonna leave it on the board. Sorry, I need to bring up the charts myself. I don't even know what's in here anymore. Also, I realized this might be a bit misleading here. This line here. This isn't 21 plus 3. This is 21 plus and dash 3 plus. This is going to be very confusing, but just ignore this for now. It's actually two separate numbers. It's not like 21 plus 3. Right, lazy instant gratification, right. Laziness. The grumpiness, laziness. Oh, okay, that's kind of in the same zone here, I think. But they're not the same thing. They're similar, but they're not the same thing still. So it's very, very hard for me to... I want to consolidate so it's not so messy, because other mind map was crazy messy, but... as far as I know, it's not the same thing though. Right. Oh, wait a second, let me think. Does she eat a lot? Oh, that's a good question. I don't think so. The only thing she does a lot is gooning. That's the only thing that she does a lot officially. Everything else may or may not be. How do I say this? Like, I mean, lore-wise, there's a so-called legit reason why she is a gooner. But obviously, you know, the character only exists because we created them to be that way. So it just harkens back to the original goal of the character, right? The goal of the character is primarily just like a playground to experiment, not experiment, to have all of these different physical features that I like in one character. And then leverage that to do some loot stuff. That's kind of what the point of the character is. And then in doing so, there's two technically, on the technical aspect of why this is why I'm going down this route. One thing is the anatomy that you can sort out. You know, who are the best guys at doing anatomy? The loot artists, right? For a good reason. The other thing is it's avenue for me to practice shading a little bit more, because in the original way of doing stuff, the focus is always on the technical stuff. What that means is that the expectations that are set and tends to be really high for the technical aspect of the art, right? If you're doing a study for colors, you know you want to get the colors right. And that gives a lot of stress, and that makes things not as fun, and that makes it harder to draw. So if instead the focus is on drawing basically, you know, more lewd stuff, the focus is now different. The objective is no longer to be the most technically strong, but rather to just express the ideas accurately. And what that means is that it becomes a lot more easier to approach the concept of color. And the easier to do something, the more you would do it, and the more you do it, the better you get at it. So that's the sort of technical train of thought in terms of why this character exists. And then, you know, there's the other aspects of why she exists. To have a character to explore the world, that's number one. To have a character that likes Ria on my behalf, that's number two. And then what else is there? To have a representation for certain ideas in the lore, in the story, in the world. All of these things are built into this one character. So anyways, that's a long rant. I think I mentioned all these things before anyways. Physical features, the thing, personality, right. So that ties into that. Instant gratification, personality, a laziness. Oh, I forgot to add one thing. Yeah, I'm slowly remembering and forgetting, remembering, forgetting. Let me see. Let's just make her a gamer. And make her say gamer words. I think that's kind of funny. Maybe not like really extreme gamer words. That'd be kind of funny though. We need a representation. Actually, she is like a mix of a lot of different characters that's out there currently, right? Some of the design features like the wings here, that would be like Koharu from Blue Archive. And actually some of the other features not really. I think her primarily the purple hair. This purple hair is probably, and her tsundere is probably from Lucky Star if I'm being honest. Because oh, what's her name again? Hagamika. I think this is primarily where the purple came from. And then in terms of like some of the other aspects, where it will be more like Silver Wolf for... Originally, she's meant to be more on the tech side, on the more cyberpunk sci-fi side, but cyberpunk sci-fi has a very hard sort of feel to it. Whether if it's because of the high contrast and the high color saturation, and also because of the materials and stuff used. So it doesn't really fit her purpose. And anyways, she's a whole mishmash of junk. But let me add that in there. So the likes and dislikes, all of these things we'll probably go through. I think some of these points we won't touch though. It's a bit harder to draw. Because they're not going to be like a one-off thing. It's going to be more of a... Oh, wait, you know what? Actually, no, it's fine. I see. So the idea for the drawing here, it would be cool, of course, if you can set up like a short manga, like a 4 panels, like, or something, just to set up, have the character go through whatever that she needs to go through, and then we showcase personality that way, excuse me. But I think more likely than not, what's going to happen is we're going to draw her face, already having reacted to something. And then we'll just point an arrow and say like what she's feeling, something like that, right? Yeah, I haven't drawn in a while because all I've been doing recently is just writing text and shit. Oh wait, I do have some of the sketches that I've done before actually. Here. Right, yeah, there's also like the setup for all the different angles, but the stylization constantly change. The proportions are constantly getting swapped around here and there. So it's a little bit hard to stay consistent. There's some not very safe for work stuff, I think, poses here. Right. I'm trying to get a reminder. Yeah, so that's years and stuff. Yeah, something like this, right? Something like this. So the years, actually, we already have the stuff here. 101 neck. Yes, thank you, Duve. Hello, Duve. 287k. I'm already following. I recognize the name. I don't know if we've been here before. Oh, 1 second. Duve. Where is it? Duve's dailies here. Ooh. Actually, let me send it to my friend as well. I think the other day we were talking about how he likes more painterly styles, I think. And then we were talking about Dino. About before. Anyways, it's just another friend. But he likes painterly styles, and then we were trying to find artist recommendations for him, and I don't have any off the top of my head because it's not my thing. But yeah, thank you, Deve, because this is probably up his alley here, and then I can just send a message to them and then see if they like it. Yeah, indeed. Do they have one that's like super, like their version of super polished, like all the way to the very end? Or are these also just like or is this it, you know, like which is also fine. I'm just curious if there's like a cleaner kind of style that they would use if it's for some kind of promotional art or something. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I'm stupid. Misclick. Hello, hello. Welcome. Are you not going to be in game today? I see. And I'm trying to find things to talk about. I don't know. I think it's nice, it's painterly, you know, it's very free, blah blah blah. All the usual things that I say. The shapes are kind of not as clean, blah blah blah. But, oh man, yeah, I don't know. My brain is probably in a different state. I think I'm thinking more about the brainstorming and mind map stuff than technical, like art technicals right now. So it's not really running anything. My today, yes, today we are just normal. Any other day, right? I guess. Hello, Yugami. Maybe a bit weird, but I feel like maybe we should do a study of something that's incomplete, actually. Something that's a lot rougher than usual. I think it might be interesting because it would force the stop. It will put a stopping point at a place that I never considered that I can stop. And that might be helpful, I think, actually. Maybe I should go for something like that. Some other time, though. Some other time. I keep saying all these things I want to do, I keep forgetting. 100% I'm not going to remember by Monday. I'm not doing a study today, Igami. I'm still doing brainstorming and mind maps for my new character because I'm trying to figure out. Anyways, let me just wrap up the thing here real quick. This here is just looks great. Oh, they have a colossal core. Oh wait. Oh, it's a combination. Oh no, there's okay. I'm so stupid. Okay, I thought they came together and made one course. But the Colossal is talking about two of them separately. Okay, of course. Yeah, but the goal is to just come up with ideas for what we want to draw in order to demonstrate the character's personality and other physical features. So not just random sketches and stuff, but like I want to create an entire very comprehensive set of references that goes through every single aspect. And is primarily just for myself to figure out if there's anything that I don't like about the design. Because if I'm forced to draw that thing and only that one aspect of the design, then I'm gonna know if it sucks or not. And if I want to change it, I can still change it before like anything is finalized. Okay, so this is the key visual, right? That means this is basically the quality they use for all the final. Granted, it is a while ago. How long ago is this actually? Oh, it's not that long ago. Okay. I mean, a lot could have happened in the past year and 3 months or something for them to have gone a lot better. Right, so this is photo. The the quality feels different here, right? So the fire is a photo. I see a combination of painting, airbrushing, adjustments. What's the othering though? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but in that case, it will probably be the other way, I think. Yeah, the alignment sequence for the other side, I think. I mean, I hope when the time comes, I can remember some of these artists. It's very, very unlikely, so I can only hope that I guess we have faith with the artists, because I think there's a lot to learn, but now it's just not the time. But thank you, Duvet. 3-hour stream today, probably longer. I would like to at least get this nonsense through. So finish off this map, just like the other one, right? And then I want to also leverage this. Yeah, the thing about the notes is I have too many notes. Unless I put it into a roadmap, put it into the roadmap itself. If not, it's probably not going to ever come back. I'm not ever gonna look at it, I don't think. Even the roadmap, we don't really look at it anymore. So Roadkill? I don't know how to best organize this. This is kind of why I'm hesitating here. I know I want to write, I just don't know where to put it. So yeah, the basically the physical feature stuff is primarily just what's so different about it, right? And that's yes, have a good night, Yugami. There are some expressiveness things that might be involved. Actually, this one too, probably. Actually, maybe all of them has it. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe all of them should have this. So maybe it's a way of them to show their emotions, right? Maybe it's functional to some extent. For example, the ears might be able to brush the hair out the way that's always covering one side of the face entirely. Because they don't want to see anyone. But when they want to see you, then they can just brush it out the way without having to use their hands, right? Possibly. The wings as well. Convenient form of censorship. And then we have the features, because they're not human, it's gonna get in the way of human, well, in a human society. All the items and stuff is not created with all these features in mind, so all of these things can be expressed. So what would the ears be like? I think stuff like headphones. And then like the tail, you like I still don't know how this works. Like how does it work when they sleep? At least they can sleep on the side. You have seen those characters with like horns and a tail. Like how are they gonna sleep? They can only lie face flat. Assuming that horn is not pointing forwards too. So like it's kind of hard. But the thing like bed, so like sleeping. And also like just normal chairs, right? She's not gonna be able to sit on any chair unless there's like a hole right there. That means like any form of public transportation, none of that will work either. She's always gonna be standing. I was imagining this today. Like imagine like a bus full of, like it's just an empty bus. No one's on it. Every seat is empty, but she has to stand because she just cannot sit down. Like where would the tail go? She will have to sit on the tail too. So that's also a potential. Oh, I just realized. And then anything functional. Well, she would have to. I'm actually trying to draw something where it shows that her tail is just gonna like get in the way. But how do I say this? Like realistically, right? Oh no, wait. If the bed is soft enough, it's not that big of a deal. I think you will just indent into the bed and then you'll be fine. But there was something that I've been trying to draw. It's slightly suggestive, but at the same time also not really. But if you think about it, because the tail is coming, like if this is the butt, right? How do you draw it? Kind of like this. Maybe it's not this curvy, but I don't know exactly where. But if the tail comes out this way, it's a little bit higher, I think, still. But then, because the crotch will be here, and then it will kind of join out like this. At least that's the setup that I'm going for. Then, if you're lying down, this tail gets folded, but there's a lot of volume here. Let me see. So how would this fold here? Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, right? Like this would still be a huge bump here because this volume needs to be maintained and squished in. Even if it's squishy, it's still going to pop up quite a bit like that. So best case scenario will be like this. That means if she's lying down, if this was the bed, even if we account for some of it being synced into the bed, you would have the hips kind of sort of floating above like normal. The hips will kind of be propped up. So if the bed was like this, if she's lying down like this, the hips could be kind of pushed up. It's kind of what I wanted to draw before, but it's kind of hard because it's very hard to imagine how this will work. I guess like, and then this, how are you gonna find a pose of like of this? I guess you can do it yourself. Put a pillow under your butt or something. But it's primarily these kind of things that I want to draw, just to explore the different ideas and restrictions and limitations and all that. So we have yeah, the tail getting in the way. It's also kind of heavy, I suppose, and then it's also hitting things. This is like by accident, and then this is hitting things by intention. If you think about it, the tail, I don't know if 14 kilograms makes sense, because I intend to make it 14 kilograms here. Actually, that would make her 51 kg for 170 centimeters. Really, really light, but I think that is realistic still. I think it's still realistic. But if it's 14 kilograms of mass getting swung at someone's face, I think that's gonna send them flying. It's like getting kicked, but a little bit worse because your foot isn't as heavy as the end of the tail here, since the end of the tail is a lot bigger than a foot. So yeah, it's gonna hit hard. It might also carry things. I don't know what else there is, but then another aspect of all these parts would also be... Oh, so I'm stupid, what am I doing? I thought this was the arrow pointing to the physical features, but it's actually up here. And then there's another part here. There should be stuff like sensitivity, I think. It's hard to, I think, you know, humans don't have the part. So we do kind of want to explore this a little bit as well. What else can we do here? So leave a copy of this, I guess. Oh, right. Does it go here? Hang on, let me think. There is the base design. We'll leave it up for the base design. There's another part which is the form itself. The other guys are a little bit more loose. Especially the ears. I think the ears and wings, I always keep changing the size. I don't think that matters too much. But the tail specifically, there are some curves in there that I want to get exactly right. That's kind of it for the physical side, I think. Oh, maybe some ideas for height. Well, I think, yeah, it's fine, right? Because a lot of things are related, but if I draw everything, it's gonna be a mess. It's fine. So each one of these will be Y. Not Y, but in what circumstance here? Per day? Just imagine your typical gooner day. I don't know, wake up goon, eat goon, game goon, and then nap goon, and then like that kind of vibe probably. It depends on like if she. That's a good point actually, because it will depend on if there's anything specific for her to do. So like I think because of the setup here that she was initially very mentally unstable and all these issues, it would mean that between that and now, or at least the point in time where we want to draw her, there's gonna need to be a very huge transformation. So actually, that's a very good question. Actually, that's a very good question because the comparison between then and now is very, very interesting to explore. Ooh, I need more space. I might have drawn a little bit too big. Let me make more space. As long as it's still legible, right? Still readable here. Okay, so let's see here. So transformation here is actually slightly different because this here goes into lore. So I don't know if this will necessarily be drawn, but I think I mean at some point it will. I just don't know when. before and after, right? So but before I go, I'm just gonna go to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, that's an interesting setup there too. Okay, let me think. So before, uh, oops. So the thing about so before is basically when she first got picked up, and she is just kind of also dead. Like imagine being in a situation where it sucks and it sucks, a lot of abuse, blah 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 blah, and then at some point the opportunity comes, she seizes it, she ends everything, right? And then she got out. At that point, she is someone who has nothing left. Like it's not like she had anything before, but now then truly there is nothing left. So, and she doesn't really want to do anything. She doesn't really care what happens anymore. So she just kind of like no response. Like she just doesn't care. She just kind of sits there, looks at you, and then like whatever, man. I don't care. Doesn't even want to eat, right? That kind of stuff. Completely absent, right? And then we come into the sort of the intermediary transformation. So actually, there's two stages to this. The first stage would be the introduction here. So this would be, I say intro to Ria, but she wasn't introduced. They just kind of meet at some point, right? But then, and then we can give like basically an immediate reaction, maybe. Very possessive, but protective, right? And then here there might be some episodic issues, I think, because now we're bringing back old stuff. We're bringing back old stuff that she didn't remember before. Because now there's a stimuli, it brought her mind back, and then we're bringing in issues here. So this is introduction of issues. So in essence, I guess in a sense, like the very beginning here, she's actually more stable just because there's nothing to react with. And then after that, this is the least stable that she will ever be. And then there's gonna be some issues, blah 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 blah, that happens here. Then we transit into the recovery process. So the recovery, let me think. Where is her day gonna be? Well, George, don't be too excited because it'll probably take years, a long time, I think. So the recovery is basically because she doesn't want to let go of Ria for whatever reason, right? For lore reasons. We need to get her to stop doing that. And I think, how do I say this? It's the original. So the plan is to basically be like, hey, you know, like stop doing that. Instead, let me give you like this other thing, which is like a stuffed animal. So replacing her sort of dependency. on Rhea with like a... So she was given like just a broken stuffed animal. I still haven't really figured out what the sort of setup in the world is gonna be, but I do want it to be such that in the beginning of the whole process, right, we are starting out really poor and just kind of sucks. Nothing that we can really do, right? So the whole idea of giving a stuffed animal that's broken is not because that's the intention, but because that's the only thing that's available. But because it is broken, just like Rhea is broken, and the broken nature of Rhea was what she was drawn to, she made that sort of connection in her head, and it made it so that it's possible for her to detach a little bit more. But then, stuffed animals are not moving, right? I mean, given that Rhea is also kind of dead, everyone's kind of dead, so it's not really that big of a difference, but like, it's still, you don't get the warmth, you don't get the presence of someone's existence. So for her, it might help, it might not. It helped for sure, but there's still gonna be episodic issues here. Just as much, I guess. But this is the beginning, because this stuffed animal is always with her. So in some sense, there's always a sense of comfort. Just like how I personally feel like in life, right? Everything is constantly changing, and then having something constant is nice. So for her, this is her constant. Before, the only constant was the abuse, right? But then now the constant is something that is truly comforting. So this is the beginning of the recovery. And then as we move on here, she then leverages this by herself to want to do better, right? She sees a broken stuffed animal, she wants to fix it. Then she tries to learn how to do it, and she slowly gets better. And that's the sort of... Because when you're really stuck mentally... hello, Layla. If you're really stuck mentally, having something very technical can bring you... can calm you down. And also helps to build your self-confidence, which she also lacks. So basically, the desire to fix the toy gives her the motivation to improve herself. And this has two parts. One is self-confidence. The other one is distraction from reality. And this distraction from reality can be good, can be bad, but in this case here, at least she is trending away from her more problematic episodes. So it is, I guess, in a sense, good. But then later on, this sort of begins to transform her from someone who is completely broken to someone who is slightly more confident, right? But then they will still have walls, they will still have barriers set up, right? No one's ever gonna fully recover from what the situation we're presenting her with. But then the best case scenario of this would be her becoming more of a tsundere, in the sense that there is a bit of a fighting back, but she understands that it's not that serious. I actually don't know how it connects to this, because the traditional concept of this is not from something this heavy. I don't know if we can make the connection. Currently, I'm just targeting this because, you know, that's the main target, but this is not yet lore accurate yet. This is not yet there. I need to figure out. And then the distraction from reality, this is the part that is combined with her other not safe for work details here, is the part that becomes a gooning kind of thing. So you get unhealthy obsessions with inanimate objects, and then because it is constant, because it is a source of comfort, and because it was what got her out of it, and because of some other anatomy related reasons, this then changes into this sort of next unhealthy issue. So even though it's unhealthy, but it is much better than before, and then she's just kind of progressing. So and then slowly, and you know, we slowly tend towards the better side, so quote unquote better side. And basically with skills now, right, with skills and self-confidence, we then find purpose and belonging. And this is what truly sort of stabilizes her, because once you have purpose, once you have belonging, once you have a sense of community and people who support you, then things don't look so scary, things don't look so bad. This is her transformation, essentially. Of course, there's a lot of stuff here before that we need to sort out as well, because it depends on the specific details of the trauma. Some of these things might change. So in terms of her day-to-day, we are targeting this. When we're gonna draw her, it's gonna always be at the end here. Because throughout this process here, we're dealing with very serious issues, and I don't want to draw loose stuff in this part here. So it will only be after everything is done, essentially. And this is the point in the story that I marked out in this timeline chart over here. That is this right here. This here. So everything that we just described for Faye is this area here of the chart. So we need to figure this out in order to get the details here correct. But as long as we're drawing stuff here, it's not really that related to the story, actually. It will be some amount of exploration and some amount of hinting of stuff that may have happened. But for the most part, it's going to be pretty detached from the stuff before. That's also where all these charts are existing, by the way. The same point in time. Same for the clothing as well. Oh my god, fucking a lot of words. Yeah, there's a part in here that probably wouldn't be relevant for a while, actually. Because personality, there's interaction, specifically interaction with other characters. Which actually is where this Rhea bubble should be, actually. This should be here, but we don't have the other characters yet, so I don't know yet. I have an idea of what's gonna happen. Who she's gonna like, who she's gonna dislike, that kind of stuff, but we'll leave that for some other time. Likes and dislikes. Dislikes people. Yes, this is interesting, right? So she still kind of dislikes herself. There's still going to be some self-esteem issues that's going to be left over. Primarily with respect to all her special parts. That sounds kind of weird, but like all the tail and stuff, right? And also, I guess I'm going to call it discoloration. Only because we're viewing this character from a perspective of a human being. For her, I suppose it would be normal coloration, but for us, it would be discoloration. But then again, the issue does arise from her being different from us, so discoloration would be the right word in this regard still, nonetheless. So essentially, if she dislikes that, how does that manifest, right? So she wears gloves, for example. That kind of stuff when she goes out. What else do we have? Dislikes. Yeah, anything that reality yeah, I can't really draw those things. Kind of hard to draw those things. But she's more secluded, I think. So if it's secluded, maybe that's like, what's her room like? Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. It doesn't look very realistic to be able to go through everything. So I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Yeah. Anyways, I think we'll just explore some clothing for now. I do have to redraw her sheet here a little bit because the proportions are not quite right. I think I'm gonna pull her body a little bit longer here. I also need a side view so that we can overlay the clothing on later. Dang, let me think. Trying to remember. There's an artist who draws very, very long forms, but I don't remember what they're called. Also, it's all not safe for work, so even if I can remember, I can't show you guys, but you know what? Can I not just copy and paste the lines? And I'm just gonna adjust it there. Oh, you guys sick of Fontaine yet? Man, Fontaine. I don't even know if this is Fontaine, right? I don't remember hearing that in game though. So, wait, okay. So how big are we talking right now? It might. I mean, it should. It should. Despite not knowing anything, I can confidently say that it does. But indeed, I think it's a bit hard. Actually, what I'm trying to say, I have no idea. Yeah, she's not even like 2 hits long, right? This is too squished. I want to drag her, elongate her body. I want to double check. So, human proportions. Well, let's say 170 centimeters. Do we have any? I don't want to draw realistic stuff, but I also don't want to be... I want to be aware of what the choices that we're making. Because then, if we don't know and we do it, then it's the same as just being bad. So... I want to at least be aware of what's happening here. What? Oh. Right, so it's kind of at the right spot. It's just the head is really big. I see. That's why it doesn't necessarily feel weird. Then in that case, maybe I don't bother too much right now. This, it looks really small, the torso, I think. But if it's because the head is big, then there's not much I can do about that, because I don't think I'm gonna make the head smaller. And even if I do, I don't think I can do a good job right now, because that's not the alignment that I can run by default here. So if that's the case, it's probably only gonna be a waste of time if I try. So I think what's gonna happen is I'm gonna just ignore it. I do need the ruler. Did I delete the ruler? No, I did not. Oh, these guys separate. Let's see. Leave inside. Oh, wait. I guess I should keep it, because I might as well. I do need to... Where's my line? Here. It's a me problem. Okay, let's see. Okay. I just need the line so that I can draw the clothing on top here. So I think we're primarily going to design for outdoor wear, because indoors and stuff, it doesn't really matter too much anymore. It's just wear pajamas, and then that's probably it. Okay, but before I do start, I'm just gonna go through this again, because just to have it fresh in my head. It's a lot of text though. Where's my starting point actually? Here. Man. So I also don't know what am I writing here? Make it around? Why is it around and not round? What am I trying to say? Anyways, yeah, I'm tracing through the words. It looks like I'm trying to write the word around, because I tend to skip the end by because my finger just skip it. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Like, it happens if I'm talking, I think. I might write something different from what I actually intend to, just because I'm saying words that comes out. But anyways, I think so. Outdoor wear, right? Let me think. Actually, no, do I care? I don't care too much right now. So let me work this way, because otherwise it's really hard. There's just too many things that we can do. But I think maybe we should come up with some ideas for what she could be wearing first for the different parts. So for example, we have tops, right? So let's say hats. We do have face, and then we have top. We have the bottoms. Then we have maybe socks. And we have I know like I'm switching between like parts of the body versus versus actually anyways, let me see. Right. Oh yeah, no. I still do need to separate it because it's a difference between, so just two legs and shoes. I'm still swapping in between because they kind of mean different things. Like legs will encompass the entire thing like that, but shoes really just means shoes. Same for bottoms and top. As far as hair, I think. So there's only one thing that I kind of know I want her to have. It's mostly for the legs, I think. How should I write this though? It's gonna be very messy if I just squish it in here. Shit. Yeah, I know, right? Like, my work doesn't need design docs for software. And then I come back home and I do it. Oh my god. So primarily I want to go for thigh highs, I think. So why is my... Okay, the brush is too thick. 15? So originally I was thinking that the tail, because I didn't want to have anything very tight on the bottom, so that the tail has more freedom of movement. But yeah, and if that's the case, the legs look kind of cold, so I think this makes sense. But now it's just kind of legacy. I just kind of want to have it. So is this going to be room or not room, actually? It might just be room then, right? Why not we just keep it indoors first? I mean, also it's kind of hard to imagine her ever going outdoors. But then if she's not going outdoors, then some of the elements that we need to design also has no meaning, right? Like, why would she need a bag to carry things if she's just indoors? I mean, if she's just like in her own room, for example. It just defeats the purpose of having it. Maybe just... maybe outdoors still. And then, so I'm trying to mentally separate the issue here, because there are things that I want her to wear, but depending on what the purpose is, then, like, you know, it would not be logical. You're not gonna wear like a fuzzy pair of slippers outdoors, I don't think. I mean, even if you could physically, and if it doesn't hurt you walking around in that, I don't think she'll want to get it dirty either. So it's like, there's a lot of things coming in together and it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Ah, right. Oh, oops. No, she's just like whatever. She's just all the features that I want, all the features that I like, and then smashed into one character. Canonic, like lore-wise, she's just gonna be like a maid in a lab, because otherwise, like, it's really hard to justify having everything stacked together like this. Maybe let's find some. Let's just go through the chart here and maybe circles out some more important stuff so I can see it. I do kind of want something on the tail. I just don't know how it will look just yet. Maybe not yet. Maybe we just have a bag then. Animal motifs on some kind of jacket might be interesting. Because we do need a hoodie kind of vibe, right? We need to block line of sight here. Patterns of peaks, hair clips, 1 or 2 hair clips. I think that's more of a bag thing. So right, bag. My handwriting is a lot worse than I thought because even I can't really read it. But we'll worry about colors later, I think. From aesthetics, functional straps. Shoes, maybe. What the fuck did I write here? Yeah, I don't know what this word is. That's amazing. I have no idea what I wrote. That's crazy. Okay. This. Might be doing this actually. Right, I never expanded on this actually, but this actually just ties back in here. Maybe medication too? It is possible, I think. Carrying capacity on the clothing, that would probably be modified later. We do base clothing setups and then we change things accordingly if we need it. NSFW is no longer relevant. Okay, so I think it's still kind of like it harkens back to designing the story and the world, right? It's just that you can make anything happen. I know we kind of have some limitations already based on the character's personality and stuff, but I feel like maybe we need to kind of also decide on why she might be going outdoors in the first place. Because you would dress differently if you're going for different things. And that's hard. Like in this case for us, it's kind of hard to decide because I don't really know what the world is like. So then it changes their perspective. If it's just like our normal day life, you would just go out to hang out with friends, go out to... Yeah, okay, you know what? Like if that's the case, if you're just going out to do something... Oh, you see, okay, so here's the problem, right? character is antisocial, doesn't like going out. So if they do go out, it's for a very specific purpose. Like, for example, if I do go out, I'm going out to buy groceries and I'm just gonna buy it and I'm gonna come back. You're not gonna dress up for that. You're not going to be like exposing, like bringing stuff that you like. For her, like, I don't know, she's gonna bring like a stuffed animal to grocery shopping. I mean, it's not like she's gonna do that, but for example, right, like it doesn't really make a lot of sense either. So I think in this case here, like, there's also another aspect to this whole setup. Then it would be why she's going out. Oh, wait. Okay, let me think. So it's not so much that why she would go out, but why she would dress for a certain occasion. And then, so why dress up is because you are going somewhere. So doing something, right? And then it depends, because now what would she be doing and what would she be going, where would she be going to? Right, let me rewrite this too, because it's not really like this either. So it would be, let's say, dress up. Right, yeah. So it'd be how should I do this? Because she's the first character, all of these things I'm still discovering on the fly. Hopefully, like, going on next one, we can be a little bit more targeted and don't have to write out like 10 bajillion words. I'm trying to figure out the process with her, basically. That's kind of also why she's being created, is so that this is I can walk through this process. Like, this is, I think, what more design is like. Just a lot more words and less actually drawing stuff. And then if you can tie down the concepts, that is sorry, what am I saying? Anyways, I kind of forgot. I'm trying to think and talk at the same time, kind of confusing. But so we have dress up, right? So is she gonna dress up? Yes. If that's the case, we need to have a purpose for that. If not, it doesn't make a lot of sense for this character, right? She's not someone who enjoys fashion. She's not someone who just like dresses up for fun. So if that's the case, what we are trying to do, I think, is this side of the list, because we want to get an idea of what she might be wearing just normally every day in her room, regardless if it's for sleep or if it's just for loitering around, sitting around. I think this is where we want to be, right here, because this is her personality here. This is what showcases her personality. Well, this does too, but in this case here, her personality is to choose something specific for the job, and that's it. So if that's the case, what is it gonna be here? So it would just be in a room, stay indoors, in her room, comfy, and that's kind of it, right? Yeah, oh, great. That's great, George. That's great. Because what would she be doing in the room, right? Other than gooning, this. Actually, you know what? Wouldn't it be interesting? Are there like clothing that's more conducive for gooning? Is that a thing? Wait, hang on. Shorts? How about just no shorts then, right? Wouldn't that be the thing? She would just not wear anything. Why would she wear anything at all? So you know what? Doesn't that make the design just like an oversized t-shirt with thigh highs? That would be it. Let me think about this. How do I say this? It is, in a sense, showcasing a lot of personality, but also none at the same time, right? Because it'll be very generic, but at the same time, that is also what this character would be like. But then the thing is, like, so here's the problem with me. Like, I think this is why I cannot be character designer, because character designers I think explore a lot more of this and try to pack it in to the design. Like for example, we already made the mind map here, right? There's a lot of stuff that we could have taken and just made something out of it. But the thing is, for me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have like 5 bajillion straps on a character's clothing. It looks like a pain in the ass. So I would never do that. But if you don't do that, there is nothing to design. There is nothing there. I think for her it's probably fine because she is also the first that we're doing this for. So it's not that bad as a simple design. It's not bad to have a simple design. But if every character henceforth has the same issue, we do have to try a little bit harder, I think. But that would be, you know, some other point in time. Oh, but yes, sure, you have a very good suggestion. I think exploring, so yeah, so clothing design isn't just about showcasing all those things, unless, you know, you're doing character design, then I guess that is all that there is. I mean, you will still probably account for what kind of environment she's going to be in that set of clothing, but I guess a little bit less so, right? Arknight's characters are always just going to be wearing a bunch of stupid shit, no matter what they're doing. And she's also lazy. Okay, you know what? She's lazy, dude. Her entire personality is lazy. Can you imagine putting on like 5 bajillion layers just to get out of your room? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So, for her, simple is correct. If we have characters that like fashion, then they will wear a bunch of stupid shit. If we have characters that like to go out and beat people up or like look cool, maybe they have a bunch of jackets, maybe they have like 10 bajillion glasses. They can carry like 10 different sunglasses on them and just swap it out for no reason, right? We can do stupid shit like that. But her whole thing is to just, I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to do anything. Lazy. That's it. So the only reason why she will wear something is because it serves a specific function. She is cold if she doesn't wear a jacket, so she wears a jacket. I think that is probably the best way to pursue this. So she is antisocial, so she is not outdoors. She is lazy, therefore she doesn't put on more. Oh no, she's indoors because so where did I even write this? So antisocial equals indoors, right? And then lazy equals only wear if need clothing function. And if you know she wants to look cute as well, that is also part of a function, if that's the thing. It depends on whether if she feels that way, but she kind of hates herself, so I don't think she'll be the kind to dress herself up necessarily. If you hate yourself, I don't think you really care about dressing yourself up. So that means that let me write this. So look cute is valid funk, but might not be relevant for her. So what that means is that if there's any cutesy elements there, we might have to justify it, either because she actually likes it for some reason, or because someone else asked her to. You know, for example, Ria wanted her to wear that, but Ria doesn't have any opinion, so I don't know how that's gonna work. But I think a big part of it is that the features of herself that she hates is precisely the features that other people would like. And they will make that known to her, and that will also serve as a part of her self-confidence boost. So anyways, those are some other ideas later. Oh, I'm also giving her art and design just because from the let's say crafts, just because of the stuffed animal angle here. And also I want to have her have the skill because we can then explore a little bit more. So actually, yeah, this part here is pretty core to some other part of the design, so this is gonna be a thing. I forgot to mention this. I mean, I mentioned this part, but I didn't mention that she's gonna be more on this side here. And I mean, sleep and other things are pretty normal, but so is gaming though. And maybe crying once in a while, I don't know. Do I want that? Not very relevant, I think. Okay, so from here, then we can maybe brainstorm some ideas of like what she might wear, but like I think it's just kind of stupid at this point. Yeah. Anything like what, like how does gaming and music affect the choice of clothing you wear? I don't think that matters. Art and design, yeah, like honestly it really is just basic room wear. I don't know if there's anything that's gonna be too. We will add some special elements for sure. At least we can at the very least we can add some motifs to the patterns on the character, the clothing and stuff. Singing, huh? She is not gonna have the self-confidence to be standing in front of people, because she's still gonna hate people in general. But singing could be an angle. Yeah. She's just still super antisocial. Anything that puts her in the spotlight, she doesn't like it. VTuber? Nah. She's not gonna bother. It's too much work. Like, it's too much work to have to put up a show for people. Yeah, I don't think there's much that needs to be done. I think at some point... So, so this would just be the basic sort of, the first iteration of her clothing. It's gonna be something basic, I guess, given all the setup now. It's probably just gonna be something basic, something simple, nothing too fancy, nothing that's gonna hint at a world building or a world design or a world setting. So I guess in this case, we will still have to wait. We have to wait for the other characters to come out, get the interactions, get Rhea, get the world building done. Then we'll return, and then we'll do some kind of design that's more relevant to the world itself. So kind of like what Arknight's character are wearing, you know. This is a huge limitation on my part, I think, because I cannot see past anything that's functional. I mean, it would make the character design very uniquely personal for myself, right? Because it is entirely my own line of thought here, but it is also gonna be potentially very boring. Right, let me revisit the philosophy. So the whole idea of having her is to be able to draw more freely, right? Because now that's an objective, we focus less on technicals. Design, in a sense, is technical, because there's objectively good and bad design. Things that showcase the idea well are better or worse than others. So if we don't want to make things too complicated, I think we'll just give her a simple set of pajamas for now. we give the pajamas some modifications that makes it a little bit more relevant for her. Right? She might have like some straps at the back so she can tie her tail up. So it just kind of sits. It kind of sits on the shoulders rather than having to for her to carry it. Maybe she has like a giant tail sock, so she can just drag her tail across the floor and she doesn't have to care about it getting dirty or carrying it in the first place. That also makes sense, right? She's lazy as fuck. And then stuffed animals. Maybe she likes putting stuffed animals in her shirt or something. We can make the shirt a bit looser. Oh yeah, like another thing I was thinking about is that if she's so insecure, and if the stuffed animal is so important to her mental stability, maybe she would tie it to herself so that it can never be separated physically. That could also be interesting. We'll just play it in the angles where we can, right? Like other ways other than the cloning design itself that showcases the character's personality and I guess other thoughts. Something like this, yeah, these will have to come way later, sometime. And then jacket-wise, yeah, okay, how do I say this? We can make the design more interesting by adding patterns, but I don't really want to draw 5 bajillion stripes every time I make a sketch. So I don't think it'll be that fancy. All these trims and stuff, I think is fine. I don't think she will care too much. I personally would like to just avoid drawing them, but I think we might be able to add some variety. We can swap out different ones, I guess. Different sets of pajamas. Pajamas? Pajamas. Gloves would just be very simple. Actually, she wouldn't be wearing gloves indoors. I don't think she... She went from hating it to being accepting of it, but still not liking attention on it. So I think if it's indoors, she wouldn't hate herself enough to have to cover it up, but she would... so like it would be too much trouble for her to wear it. So no gloves indoors. We're only wearing tie-highs because comfy. And then that's kind of it, I suppose. These are what? Like, oh, so these are the rigging references. These are style references, I think. So these are all style related. Yeah. Only the corner and the top right is actually design related. The clothing here. Not to say that I can't find anything here though, I suppose, but yeah, like I really like this sketch. I've seen this like a long time ago, I think a few years back. But I like the fact that they do full commit on the feet. Like you push out the elements all the way. I think that is oh man, I want to do that, but I'm still kind of stuck on a good set of shapes. I don't want it to be like this. This would be a little bit too out there because Faye's point is to capture physical features that I do like. This is cool, but this is not something I necessarily like, I think. So it's still on the fence about that. We need something that works in a different way. Okay, so let me write out some ideas here. So I don't think these really matter here. So I don't know if gaming actually... I don't think gaming music, because like, you know, personal experience. What are these things gonna do to clothing design? Arts and crafts, this also really doesn't matter, I don't think. Sleeping would, because I think you probably don't... Do people wear skirts to sleep? I don't think so, right? It's kind of weird, right? Also crying, what? A gooning? I don't know. Maybe we need to get some female inputs here. I can find people to talk to about this. But I think for now it's just like probably not. Like there's nothing here. So I think it's just between sleep and normal activity. So we'll probably just explore. So for sleep and versus not for sleep. And I think the primary difference is just the bottoms that you wear. I think for sleep probably should wear something more loose, like a set of pants or something. Maybe you can swap that out. And then normal room wear. Maybe we can have skirts. Maybe that will fit into this. Maybe. But we can have a little bit of variety there. So let's do set number 1 here. Let's see. So let's just do a room here for now. Anyone wears hats indoors? I don't think so, right? I think years. Okay, so if we're talking about headphones, we need to figure out how the years work. But I think given her years, it's not possible to wear headphones at all. Because the opening is inside this giant ear, right? The opening is inside. So the only thing that would fit would be ear pods. But she doesn't want to just have that. I think she probably want to have something over at the top still. Just to keep out the noise. So she might do like the actual gamer setup where you have 2 sets of stuff going on. Which also fits into the image. So I think that's kind of cool, I suppose. So it'd be headphones plus earpieces, I think. So this is both for anatomy reasons. But mainly for anatomy reasons, I think. I mean, I would like to have been able to design like a set of headphones for her. But I don't fully know how this part works. I am imagining that it's an enclosed space and it kind of only opens up here. At the bottom here. Which means that you can't really, unless you fold the ears up like that and then do it like that. Looks really ugly, so I don't want to do it. But it fits into the gamer stuff too, also kind of okay. And then, what do we have next? Hair? Hair and face. Let's see, hair. If she's gaming or she's designing, we probably need some clips. Face. Room wear, right? I don't think so. Okay, what's next? Top, right? So top. I think anything loose would do. T-shirts. What's the difference between a shirt and a blouse? Is it just a difference in name? Oh. What? Okay, it says here that a blouse is typically looser fitting. And a shirt is more structured and tailored. I mean, I imagine like the blouse is just the same as shirt, but accounting for the breasts, no? Like... I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna use the word button-up shirt as a neutral. Oh, but she's gonna hate buttons though. I hate buttons, and I think buttoning up is such a pain in the ass thing to do. Like, why would you want to have a button-up shirt when you can just have a normal shirt if you're lazy? I think maybe we can still explore it. Oh, how about this? I think a button-up shirt is kind of stupid when shirts exist. And being a lazy person, I don't think she would go for it. But we can still use it because what we can do is make her button up the shirt like randomly. And that would showcase a little bit more of the personality too, I think, potentially. So we can use button-up shirts. Only if how do I say this? Not button correctly. It'll be interesting. I don't think anything will be in our arms. I'm not gonna do like an arm sock or anything, I don't think. Oh, right. Whether if it's long sleeves or short sleeves. I think primarily... I think for her, primarily short sleeves, I think. For the reason of being able to... just to hug her stuffed animal better. Because plushie is a bit easier to write. Oh, god damn it. I actually managed to drop my tablet writing words. Congrats. I need to update my counter. One second here. Tablet. Where? Here. 48. Stream number 241. So nothing on the arms. But also might be long sleeves, so I don't know. And then we have hand, right? So nothing on the hands either. Let me think. Yeah, no, I don't see why she would need it. I'm thinking of along the lines of like maybe sewing and stuff. Like you might have like a thimble. But that's very specific, right? For the task. She's not gonna have it. There's no accessories for your hands for like gaming and for listening to music. For gooning, maybe not either. So let's just leave this out for now. For drawing, people have those drawing gloves, but it's not that big of. It's also very task specific. So I think hands also nothing. The bottoms here. So we're not talking about sleeping here, right? So it could still be loose pants. It could also be no pants, I think. She a skirt kind of person. How do you spell skirt? Oh. Maybe? Yeah, actually this part here is probably going to be theme specific. I think it depends on the piece then, actually. Yeah, it depends on the piece, right? So actually this one here specifically, it might just be a not safe for work kind of a depends. There's that. Alright, the wings. Wings and tail. Shoes. Slippers or socks only, and then tail we might get like a tail sock thing. Anything that she might want to carry around is the thing. In a room, everything is like walking distance. It's like 2 steps. Probably nothing here too. I was thinking of draping something over it, but I think it'd be kind of annoying, right? It's like having a really... maybe something heavy draped over your arms is kind of hard to move kind of vibe. Probably doesn't feel very good. The tail, at least you can just kind of drop it on the floor and just like drag it around. So if this is the default base that we're going off of, the next thing that we want to figure out would be what else can we do to make it more personal, I think. And if there's any lore things that we want to keep as well. Oh, yes, monitoring, right? I think we did mention this before. Where would it be though? So it depends on what we're monitoring. If it's just vitals, it can be anywhere, I suppose. Because we're just gonna let suspend belief and then just let that happen. If it's stuff like whether if she's fallen, like fainted and just fallen, then you might have to put the sensor a little bit higher. Huh. Okay, I'm just gonna go down here and then make sure that I accounted for everything here. I'm gonna just block it out if it is. I don't want anything on the ears, right? Let me see. We already accounted for that, like headphones and stuff. I don't think we're piercing ears. I don't think I'm ever gonna pierce my character's ears. I don't like that. Or especially if it's an animal ears. Human ears, I don't care. Animal ears, I don't like it when it's pierced. Tail. Would be nice to have a ribbon on the tail, I think. Oh, let me think about this. Yeah, it could be an interesting way to show personality. Because she, again, so would have issues with her special design and then became a little bit okay with it, but don't want to draw attention to it. But she makes exception for one thing, and that would be the tail, I think. Let me think about this. Let me see. At least I'm gonna write it here first. Gonna put like a large ribbon on the tail somewhere, I think. Maybe put it at the tip. Push it whenever she moves it. It's really annoying for her. I think it'd be kind of funny. She just gets fucking pissed every time she sees it, but she still keeps it on for reasons. No need for a bag in the freaking rooms, right? Strap so can be. So this is interesting. I might. Okay, so how about this? Wait. Wait. So I'm thinking of straps for two reasons, I guess. One would be to maybe hold up the tail if she really needs to and she doesn't want to lift up. Like, it's kind of like lifting up your arm the whole time, right? It's kind of annoying, I imagine. So a way for the tail to just be tied to the clothing so she doesn't have to lift it up herself. That's number one. Number two, maybe when she sleeps, she can tie her stuffed animals to herself or something. So that's the only way she'll feel safe enough to go to sleep. Because going to sleep would mean that she is not in control and she might not be able to, she might feel like she needs more control that way. So we need clothing straps here. And that will account for this, account for this, account for this. I don't know what this word is, dude. What is this word? Anything at the connection of the parts, her tail and her wings. I think primarily before I was thinking of if you have like a huge tail coming out your butt like that, if you don't have anything sort of blocking it, wouldn't you just always be able to see the butt or like the underwear or something? So I thought maybe you need to extend. But if we're at you know, indoors, just her by herself, doesn't really matter. She's probably not even gonna wear pants. So this one is not that important anymore. I need to know what that word means. Any other ribbons? Let's make it around it. What does this mean, dude? Functional straps, right? That's accounted for. I'm gonna leave this here. Hair clip, I do need that. Stickers. Stickers, she might not do it for herself. She might do it if she's like helping out with like children or something. I don't know. So maybe not important. Animal stripes. Stripes has an E, by the way. Holy shit, I spelled it wrong. Right, animal motif. So this I need to account for. I don't want to overdo ribbons because they will get noisy very quick. So probably only the one ribbon on the tail, I think, most likely. Pleats? I will just treat it as like clothing patterns. It's the same thing, so that's fine. Layering. So we might need one more for jacket. We might need one more jacket here. Man, I'm talking so much I'm getting a sore throat. I think yesterday I was also kind of talking a little bit too much. But this is how it is though. If I don't talk it out, I'm not gonna get the ideas out, so necessary, I suppose. So color and stuff like that, we'll have to account for that later. In this case, the bags and stuff are not that important. Socks, thigh highs, counted for. Gloves, don't care in this case. This I need to get out. Complex with issues, don't care. Personality extension, that's done. Material will be matte. That's a rendering problem. Lazy plus efficiency, right? We already counted for lazy by means of the stuff that we are letting her wear. That's already focused on function, only function. Hello, Silver. Blocking line of sight would not be important indoors. She might just get a hoodie because it feels comfortable, I think. Yeah, it's I thank you, first of all. But I don't think it's gonna get better just because I am actively making it worse by talking here. But it is what it is. Does she need glasses? Nah, she's not gonna need glasses. The whole thing is modified biology. I don't think she'll be the last person that need glasses. Candy for Rhea, I don't think she will carry that on herself. If she's indoors, she wouldn't need that. But that being said, she might actually carry this. Oh, you know one thing that we never explored? We never explore her having a stuffed animal. Well, I mean by explore, I mean I haven't written it down yet. But then the other part of it is that she might actually put the medical stuff inside, because she knows that she's never gonna let go of the one that she finds the most important. And Via is also very important. I mean, the plushie represents her, right? So she might actually put the supplies inside so that she knows that she will always have it on hand by default, as long as the stuffed animal is with her, which is always going to be. So I think that is actually an interesting way to build this in here. So she doesn't need a bag because it's always already there. Shit, where's my shit? Oh, here. Antisocial, block, line of sight, don't care. Instant gratification, I think this is gonna be part of other stuff. This is inconsequential. Actually, it wasn't inconsequential in the end, I suppose, but counted for. Let's see, what else do we have? Carrying capacity. So sewing supplies, repair supplies, don't care, we're at home. Headphones and stuff we're already talking about. Roomwear, bedwear, this is not important here. Plushies, we are going to just have at least one. Carrying capacity of her clothing. There's nothing to carry though in this case. So I don't think it matters. We just go with default, whatever that might be. Maintaining herself, carrying meds. If that's the case, can I just shove everything in the stuffed animal and just call it a day? I was gonna say that because she doesn't really care about herself too much, and she might find having pills inside the stuffed animal really annoying because of the sound, maybe she would not carry it. But if she really needs to, she could have packaged it one by one too, you know? It's not like we can only carry pills in a bottle. So I'm gonna ignore this for now, because I also don't know how stable she would be. If we're talking about stabilized, it should be very stable already at that point, that she wouldn't even need to do this anymore. Not to mention she also has the monitoring thing that we're gonna give, so should be fine here. No keychains, no dangling parts on herself, that's guaranteed. Annoying, and also gets in the way of everything. She already feels like she has enough dangling parts off her body, if you will. So nothing of that sort. Matte material here. I think this will just happen because I cannot render shiny stuff anyways, so... Right. The colors and values and stuff, I think I'll just leave a note here, but I know it by heart, so... It's not really a thing that I would forget. So, and anyways, the balance would be done manually over here, so that's almost done. What is this? Few and low details, right. Keeping things simple. But in this case, we're not worried about details because everything that exists, that's going to happen, is justified by some reason or another. So that's fine. I just need to know what this word means. It's clothing, forms, and aesthetics. And then we have detail, we have cutesy, and then we have this. Oh, I know what it says. It says get in the way. Ah, fuck. It's get in the way, but I didn't write the, and in way became one word. Ah, shit. So this is just trying to say that she hates things that get in the way, which is what I said about the keychain. So, nothing that gets in the way, right? Nothing that gets in the way implies you want something that's tight, at least. But for her, tight might means uncomfortable. So I think we just not really care about that too much. I think we'll just let it go. Whatever happens, happens here. So given the current setup here, we can actually probably look into some design variations. And honestly, given her... Yeah, actually, given her purpose, actually, it doesn't really matter. I don't have to design anything specific at this point in time. All we need to do is follow this principle and then look for ideas to draw. Then draw the idea and see if it makes sense, or if it feels good, or if it looks cute, or whatever. Like in that regard, as long as it fits the criteria here, it's all good. So we just need to follow this set of rules in the meantime. And because there's no world building, there's no conflict, and not any of the other characters to interact with at this point, this will just suffice for what we need to draw with her. So I think that's good. So where are we at here? We have a lot of lore settled, and it's still getting more and more detailed. We have personality and timeline sorted out. We have the clothing that we want to go for. And then we have ideas for things that we want to draw. So actually we have everything we need, I think, to then move forwards. All we need to do now is to draw and actually visualize these ideas. So, man, how long did this take? It was like yesterday, today, and then before that there's a little bit more time talking about the process, exploring the process. We're finally kind of here. That's the hard part because we have to draw. Now what? I'm out of my comfort zone again. My comfort zone is just exploring ideas and just thinking it out. Once we have to draw, then technicals comes in again. Ah, man. But stylization wise, the original idea was 2B, but we'll just tend towards 2B and not be strict. But that is also fine. We just need to find some comfy looking clothes and just try drawing it, I suppose, with her in it. And then some kind of pose that's hopefully safe for work enough for YouTube. Man, this music is it's a new region from Genshin, but like it sounds a lot like I think Mamomo, like another artist that we used to listen to. Very Celtic, very sort of medieval. But anyways, let me see. So I mean, after all that, right? Like, it would be nice to have a official set, but then given right now, I cannot make a decision anyways. Let's give it a try, though. Let's give it a try first, before we get too overwhelmed here. So I just want to get some shapes in. Where's my ruler? Right, because if she's wearing headphones, for example, oh wait, her head is here. Oops, my bad. Right, so again, the headphones are primarily there to keep noise out rather than actually play sounds, because her ears don't really allow the sound to go through. It would be, her ears would be forced down like this, kind of. Right, and then but she would have the earpieces that come out like that. Somewhere else. I don't know what other things we can give the headphones. Maybe we can make it like animal ears or something. It might get too noisy, but she might just have it anyways. Actually, what would be fitting for her, right? She's already a mismatch of a bunch of shit. Actually, to be fair, no, it would depend on how much is recovered from having that complex of looking very different from everyone else. Because if she still kind of hates that part of herself, she's not gonna add more things to her head, I imagine. So she'll find the most boring pair of headphones. You know what? given her, she's actually gonna be doing something really stupid. I think she might actually wear not headphones, but rather earmuffs. Like what you might find for like people working in the airport. On the tarmac. Like actually proper freaking hearing protection. Because she doesn't want to be a part of the world at all. That would actually play, it would be a little bit exaggerated. It would be quite a bit exaggerated. It might play well with her setup though. So I mean, it wouldn't work very well for her though, to be fair, because her ears are never gonna be entirely covered. Actually, would it be possible to cover the entire ear somehow? I don't think so, because her ears are gonna be huge. So I'm gonna just cancel this. I'm just gonna put it like this, huge. What does it look like when it's worn? So it'd be like this. I'm just gonna write this first, because I might forget. It's a very interesting idea, but not very natural at all. So I'm gonna just write it down. And the other labels I'll put in later, because it's gonna get too messy here. Yeah, these headphones that curve. Arc Technica, let me take a look. Wait, Ars Technica or Arc Technica? I went into image and it doesn't really show. It shows like a tech company. Wait, why did it autocorrect mine to S? Oh, never mind, George. Forget it. Like, I think mine got auto-corrected to something else? Yeah, you're right, George. I think you got it. Oh, is it Audio Technica? Are you looking for the brand Audio Technica? Oh, okay. Maybe there is still a gap in the knowledge here. There might still be a little bit of a gap. Anyways, George, no worries. Take your time. If you can find it, if you can't find it, that's also fine. Right, yeah. No worries. Right, she might need a hair clip. Let me see. Hair clips might just be simple. Let me think though. Okay, yes. So this is an old design thing. Oh, I actually don't know if I want to use it then. You guys would find my you guys would find the older version of her. She already exists out there actually in some parts of the internet. She's gonna be very hard to find though. But hair clips, huh? She would, yeah, so because other characters, so usually character design, they fit to one theme. But because we want to make the character feel alive here, I think I'm actually gonna give her different themed items, because if her whole thing is that she likes Rhea, she's gonna make everything that she can have like wolf patterned. I just don't know how it's gonna work to make it work on her head as a clip. It will look kind of stupid, and it's a bit too intricate. I think it's a bit too intricate for this. If that's the case, if you're just going for shapes, then we want to have shapes that might fit a specific theme. I don't know if that's possible, but she might leave this one part here. Actually, I think she might be. Maybe she will do it. Maybe she won't do it. I don't know. Actually. Come back here. I don't know why I'm choosing this shape. There's no reason. Probably change it some other time. If not, then that might be just like the shape, I guess. right, clothing, right? So sorry, what's on my list? No hats, headphones, anatomy, earpieces. Wait, I could just write it here. What is this? What does it say there? I'll read it. Oh, hair clips. Okay, for working and for playing games. Nothing on the face. Top is jacket and anything loose, right? So if given the choice, what would she choose? Well, in my head, there's only t-shirts though. I literally don't know any other pieces of clothing. Oops. Yeah, I don't know about the shirt just yet. Let's get rid of the shirt first. I don't think it's that important. It's not that core of a design. The other things might have something more important that they represent, but the shirt really can just be anything. Don't worry, it's not meant to be above her crotch. I'm just trying to get the pattern going here. Let me move this out of the way first. If anybody gets funny ideas, let me see. Yum 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 yum. Time to get copy strike. Can I go diagonal? Oh, you can. Look at that. I didn't know you can do that. Huh. I didn't put it in the middle. I want to try the heart shape one just because, but oh, I don't think it's the best though for her. Oh, you know, actually, yeah, oh, God damn it. I'm just kind of autopiloting this. That's just where like my mind kind of just starts thinking about random shit, and then now I I just got the idea that I can... sorry, what is this? Oh, that's the drawing ideas. I need to update her stuff a little bit. I kind of forgot to mention, but she's kind of smart. She's just not very educated, if you know what I mean. Like, her brain is good, her mind is good, but like no one really taught her anything useful, so she doesn't know a lot of things that's useful. But technically she can pick things up quick, and because the original purpose of her creation was for explicit purposes, and explicit purposes in general is a social interaction. That means even though she's anti-social, she's actually very good at reading social cues. She just doesn't want to do it because it's built into her biology here. So what I'm gonna... I want to add it to the notes here because how do you spell social cues? Oh, C. Damn. You know what? Let's just write this here. Did I write it in the other sequence? I don't think I wrote it here, right? I don't know why I didn't turn it off. It's kind of hard to read. I think the lore thing would probably need to get revised again. Same for this. These things are valid, but they're also not that valid anymore given the current status, the current timeline and stuff that we're trying to set up here. Loud, 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 very loud. Let's see. Oh. Not interesting though. That's fucking stupid ass title here. Bolts. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Why did we come here again? I kind of forgot. Anyways, let's just go back to this first. What? Where is it? Do I want this pattern here? Maybe, maybe not. Is there any more though? It's kind of cursed. What is the sequencing here? So if I do heavy, it details equals heavy, heavy equals bottom, equals falling down, right? But it doesn't have to be reverse sequence. No, but it's a color issue. So it depends, right? If the socks were darker and the hearts were brighter, then it would be lighter on top now. Uh, sorry, why does that matter? So what are we doing? Anyways. Don't worry guys, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna leave it as an idea. But it doesn't look very good, I think. It looks like a rash. Because of the lack of colors and details and all that, but I'm gonna leave it like that. Why are her legs so inwards though? Target is here. I do need to stretch this body a bit longer. It feels really tight here. And then layer up. Yeah, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. Because the target usually is this. I think what's the usual sequence. Right, if we do this, isn't it like that? think I'll just find patterns. It's probably too hard to design. Still be active, yeah, possibly still active. There's not many good wolf patterns. They all look really cringe. It's all like photos of wolves on like. Yes, happy Sunday. Sorry, Saturday. Good morning. What time is it? Like 4. Nothing good, boy. No, I can't. I know like they stretch certain words. Like shit the bed. Turbine. What other stupid words did I said? I think that's it. I don't have any. Oh my god, this music. It's too dramatic. It's not very good for working because it goes up and comes down too much. The volume dynamics changes too much. The range is too much. It's meant to be the main thing that you do, like for you to just sit down, listen, and enjoy it. Not like as a background working kind of music, I think. Yeah, that's like how about simple wolf patterns? How about simple? Yes, have a good night, Silver. Yes, you too, man. Oh, we don't have any. I mean, like shit like this, so it's not too bad. Okay, come up with something similar. I'm just gonna grab it as a way of not forgetting that this exists. Yeah, she always looks so grumpy. Actually, how do people wear like hoodies and headphones at the same time? Do you wear the headphones outside? I think I wear the headphones outside in my case. Because unless your hoodie is designed to be that big, it's not really gonna fit. I guess. Let's see, anime hoodie. Actually, anime hoodie just gives me a bunch of hoodies with anime stuff on it, which is not good. Not what I want. I actually don't want a hoodie because it goes over the head. I don't think people like. I don't think these characters will like that just because it's kind of scary. I need a jacket with a hoodie. With hood. Ah, with a hood. Okay, okay. I was wondering what you might call that thing by itself. A hood. Of course. Of course. That's another. Wasn't there another Freedom Music compilation, but it's all the fighting ones? The boom boom. Ah, this one. I'm surprised we're not getting copy strike though. Didn't it happen before? Right, the head is too big. Like, there's no shoulders here. What? Oh. How would it look though? So here's the problem. How does the wings come out? I think it'd be annoying if it doesn't come out though. But it's possible that she's just wearing the default kind of jacket and then it's just kind of inside. Still kind of stupid. Because it will drape over it and then her wings might just like blah, open up. So it pushes the clothing aside. Actually could be an interesting gimmick, right? Because with her wings, she can basically have the clothing kind of go all the way behind. Like if this was the butt again. The wings can kind of just push the clothing from the front all the way to the back and have it open up completely like this. Or the wings could come forwards and come on. what's the target here? It kind of defeats the purpose of wearing the jacket if she's just gonna like be whole again like this, but since the current black line setup is like this, the lines on the back is like that, then I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. Hello, Joe. No, this is Dorutorak. I don't know how to say in English. Zoltrak? Correct? Correct? Karak? Zoltrak? It just sounds Japanese. Elo. 400 Elo. I'm so stupid I flipped the canvas. It's symmetrical, bro. Broski. Broski, I think you gotta sleep. You flipped the symmetrical canvas, broski. Oh my god, bro, what the heck? What are you doing, Step, bro? I'm trying to show like, I need to have it interact with the wings here, otherwise it's kind of stupid. But I also need to be able to show the inside and the outside of the thing well. And then this is all on the inside here, right? So that's the inside. But then because the tail also exists, it actually gets lifted up quite a bit. So it's really stupid. Like, basically everything gets in the way. Now, this is not Rhea, this is Faye. She's our Gunnar main. So we have the jacket here. So that's the top outer. I think she wouldn't be wearing any bottoms for the most part, anyways. There wouldn't be any bottom outers. Nothing on the wings. We're going for function over our form at this point in time because everything needs to be justified for to match her personality as a thing. And because she's lazy, everything that she's gonna wear needs to serve a purpose. It's not gonna just like look fancy because we want to have her look fancy, because it wouldn't fit the character in this case, even though it would make the design a bit boring. But so this was with FAE. I don't know where I wrote it. Where is it? Oh, I didn't write it down. Anyways, I'll write it down here, I think. Tuck her hair around. Oh yeah, this one here. Hmm. Right. The one with the blonde, right? The blonde. She's got like a big forehead, if I remember correctly. Yes. Yeah, the way the years work, I think it would just have a lot of motion, a lot of range of motion. Like, for example, I don't have a good sketch here. The years would be generally just relaxed like that. If nothing's happening, it would just kind of droop down. If she's excited for any reason, it would just come out, kind of pop up. For any reason, right? It could be any reason, if you know what I mean. Like, excited for any reason at all. But then she can also kind of move it around, back and forth. I think she's going to probably just move it here. So the hair will be here. Yes, sure. Thank you. All the best with your art, if that's what you're doing. So there's hair in the side here, and then the hair in the back, and then the ears come out here. So she can kind of swoop it to the front, and then kind of brush this way back, so that it will brush it back up like that. She should have pretty good control over it, I think. I don't think it looks unnatural. I think it looks fine. So, and then it will be like this, and then the hair would just be like that. And then when she doesn't like what she sees, she just pop her ears back down, and then the hair will fall back over. It would be kind of cool if we can get an animation going. Right? If we plan the animation, it would be like facing away, right? And then she can turn around, so this will be facing the other way. And then she can turn around, have one eye see, and then she can then do the ear. She can turn a little bit more while having the ears move forwards and then going back up. And then eventually she's just kind of like... Like what? And then drop the ear first. I think we would probably drop, and then begin the turn, and then only after most of it has already dropped, she will just turn back. I think. Yeah, the timing is gonna be important. I cannot really fully see it, but I think it'd be an idea perhaps. In this case, I think it's just stuck behind the headphones here. So what else do we need here? I don't know what she's wearing on the inside. Or just give her a t-shirt or something. A gift t-shirt. Oh, my t-shirt is just wear over her head. Guess that can be fine too. Over. It's been a while since I heard this. Oh, very cool. Ah, I see. A bit too big, I think. It's a bit too ridiculous. Let's cap this before the elbow here. Doesn't look very good though. Is the thing. So nothing to render here, nothing to sketch. Yeah, between like what makes sense for her personality wise and as well as what looks good. That's gonna be a tough one. The priority of the character is to facilitate drawing though. So if it's gonna interfere with drawing just because it looks bad, doesn't look fun to draw, then maybe we have to change the priority a little bit. Change the design a little bit. I mean, like, if she's by herself, like, to be honest, then wearing t-shirt, wearing shirt, none of them matters. Like, I think, like, sorry, what I'm trying to say is, before I was thinking, like, oh, you need to button up. Maybe she's lazy and she doesn't button up properly. Why would she even button up at all if she's by herself? It would make no difference. Nothing asymmetrical for now, I think. It's gonna interfere with the actual design itself, I think. The asymmetry can be just part of the design, but I think right now I'm having issues with understanding what the clothing is doing. I think ever since Duvet mentioned in the past that I've been trying to line and figure out the shape at the same time, that's why it's hard. It's becoming a lot more obvious why I'm struggling so much. Because I'm never really truly tackling one thing at a time. And in art, it's also kind of hard to always be able to do that, but at least if you have a choice and you're aware of it, I guess you can try to work around. In this case, it would be to not deal with wearing the clothing asymmetrically. If the clothing itself is meant to be symmetric, then we just draw it symmetrically first. Cancel that. Yeah, maybe. This might get to a point where I'm just like, fuck this, I cannot draw something I like. She's not gonna wear clothes. It might happen. I think like I like the jacket here. I like the idea that it just sits behind the wings. And then she can close it if she wants to. I don't know what goes inside. Ideally, like logically, it doesn't matter. So maybe we can just have it like this, in the sense that, because like the only part that matters for the clothing would be some of these elements of, hey, she wants to have something that ties her tail up or something, right? That can secure the tail to her. Sorry, why am I trying to change? What is the opacity? Oh, I'm trying to change the lines. Where's my mind map? Oh, here. Let me do it like this so I can change it on from the outside. So the only thing would be the straps and the patterns, right? We can move the pattern onto any piece of clothing we want. The only thing about it is the straps, because the straps would be something that might be custom made, right, by herself. And if that's the case, it needs to stay with a specific piece of clothing. But if we have a jacket that we like, why don't we just make it stick to the jacket, right? If she wants to tie things to herself, like her tail or her stuffed animal, she could do it to the jacket. She's wearing the jacket. It should be no different, I think, from her point of view. And if the jacket has a zipper, she can like zip the stuffed animal inside here. She can just have the stuffed animal sit here. That's nice too, right? The inside she can just wear whatever. And then we can just change that on the fly. We can have a clothing. We can have a t-shirt today. We can have a camisole the next day. You know, it doesn't really matter. So base design, we maybe just go for something simple like this. We do have to add in a few more things. Including the stuffed animal itself, we do have to design that. That's gonna be probably 2 that represents Ria for her. The one that was given to her initially, that would just be like some generic old design, but I'm very broken now. And then she would have later on designed another one. She will design another one that would fit how she sees Rhea more, and maybe something that's a little bit more comfortable for her. And also that might be the one that if eventually we get to that stage to sell merch, it would be the one that we might be able to sell. And because she has this role of designing stuffed animals, clothing, and stuff like that, I think yeah, logic in lore wise, she will also be the one that designs for all the other characters too. If we ever get to selling merch, that will be a long time down the line. A long ways down. Jacket wise, I don't think there's anything too special. Yeah, merch. Merch. It'd be kind of cool to have like a keychain of her tail or something. It'll be like squishy keychain. We can make it squishy and we can give it like a sock. I don't know what that means. What else are we missing here? I want a ribbon. Oh my god. So her tail is a big part of this. I never mentioned. Did I mention this? I think like her existence can be said in a way is basically for the tail. I think the tail came first, shall I say, and then the character came. But so there's gonna be a ribbon. There's gonna be maybe a sock. She would have. How would you wear a sock on the tail though? Because like it has a really big fin at the end. How are you gonna fit it on? It might be a zipper kind of deal. Maybe that's a zipper that runs on either the bottom side or the upper side. Maybe it will make sense for it to be on the underside. But if she's gonna drag that thing across the floor, she might put it on the top side or maybe on the side, on either the left side or the right side. This way it doesn't get like scratch the floor up or something. Although I don't think she would care if the floor is damaged. I think she would care if the zipper is damaged. Maybe no zips too. It could even be buttons. That we can explore that idea some other time. As long as we have what we want to have here. Sorry, George, are you just listening to me rant the whole time? We've been talking for like 4 hours. I haven't stopped talking today, I think. Is there anyone left in the server? In the voice call there? Oh, you guys are still there. Look at that. My Japanese friends are playing what? Arc Raiders. I do need to draw the side view so we can actually have the side view to put the clothing and stuff on. And to really flesh out the tail a little bit more. I definitely feel more tired than usual. It's like 4 hours of like thinking about random shit. At least 3 hours of our own design and stuff. It's a lot more draining than just doing sketches. It would seem. And I don't think, yeah, this probably wouldn't ever get easier. At least rendering. Rendering is also kind of tiring to solve the problems, but at least it would get easier over time. It would just be the same patterns over and over, but design, you want to be different every time, right? So, oof. Indeed, indeed. This is definitely very different from what we've done so far. But once we actually like trying to tackle some kind of design. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Definitely tired. Maybe I go for some sketching at the end here instead of trying to make something crazy happen here. Yeah, her clothing will probably be like red and pinkish themed because it goes well with the purple, I think. Right, yeah, it will go well with the purple, it will go well with the tail as well, which is also purple. The only thing I want to try is put some kind of really bright green or cyan on something. But I think I might put it on the hair clip because the idea of the hair clip is that she wants to work or she wants to game, both of which I think she would consider as something more serious. So the contrast of the colors might represent that a little bit more, like thematically. So want to work? Serious mode, increase the contrast on the colors, and also it's a deviation from the usual sort of more comforting, harmonious vibe. And because she will only do it, right, she will only use the hair clip if she's working to get the hair out of the way. That means it will only ever come up if this is what she's doing right now. So it's pretty good, I think, in terms of setting out some themes and ideas. Yeah, along with the more angular shapes, I think it could be a interesting exploration here. Why is this shaped the way it is? I have no idea. I need to find her original traditional colors here. Where is Oh yeah, while I'm at it, what's her birthday again? When did I make her? Where did I write her lines? Actually, I forgot. Sorry, I cannot show you guys this, but I do have to open the Clip Studio file. The file was created July 15. So I think she might be, her birthday might be July 15. I know I created her in like in a different sketch thingy though. Maybe as early as March actually. Oh yeah, this is as early as March. Look at that. She is very early in 2023, I think. Is that right? I'm trying to see. This, like, okay, my sketch files are really big, as you guys have seen before, so it's really hard to I'm trying to verify that this is all her. If this is all her, then it means that the design was a thing since March 5th. Wait, what? She's 1 day away from the... Huh. Are these empty layers? Oh my god, fucking empty layers everywhere. Her concept actually started as more of a bread, I think. in the original. Oh yeah, 100%. Actually, would that fit her current story and stuff? Maybe. And this file is very... oh, yeah. No, her original concept was just a crazy... yeah, just a crazy sort of yandere type character that wants to kill you and cut you up. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Let's see. Her original foot design is definitely more furry, I think. Okay. What was I looking for? I was looking for the green color. Hang on. The file itself is created March 24th. So March 24th, 2023. So at least from a character point of view, from us point of view, she was conceptualized like 2.5 years ago. Lore-wise, I don't know if I want to have to date something else so that it can be a little bit more special, maybe fitting in some kind of in-game event. But then again, you know, like she is meant to represent things that happen in real life in the same way that it happened, so I don't think I can necessarily change that either. What did I say? 24? Am I stupid? Oh my god, short-term memory. What did I say? 24. That would be her original conceptualization in the most basic form. In her current form, it would just have been like last week or something. So either the date would be the very first time I've ever drawn this character and conceptualized this character, which should be 24th, or the time where I think finalized her in like her previous design, which would have been July 15th. Or it would be when we first sort of finalized her current design, which would be a month or two ago, actually, now that I think about it. It's not that recent. It's the lore and stuff that was sorted out recently. No, actually, that was also written a long time ago. But just sorted out now. Anyways, where's my green? It's so risky, I need to pick up. There you go. Push this. Meow. Where is it? Wait, I don't need this, right? Yeah, I don't need what? Oh no, because I was doing color comparison on this side, I see. Why is it so dark? Okay, never mind. I guess I can't use that. I see. It's more cyan. I'm gonna keep it this green, because opposite of purple, it's more green than blue. I'll leave it like this. Okay, I need a side view, so we can get the tail in there. Stay inside, bro. What's this? Oh, I see. Can I merge it? Okay, so it stops being annoying. I'm gonna purge this. Okay. I'm gonna try to use the remainder of my energy to try and sort this out. I do need to... Actually, wasn't there should be another set of lines here for guidelines. These lines were meant for the writing of text. There should be another set of guidelines I made for lining up the face and stuff. Oh, I think it's in the rough actually. It should be in here. I have to be very careful with this file because I like to click things on and off, but then there's some off layers that I need to make sure they never come on. Maybe I should just redraw the guidelines here again. Oh. There you go. Okay, fine. I'll just redraw the lines. Ooh. Locking check. 1, 2, click. And delete this. 20. Maybe I should grab the original side face here. Oh wait a second, it's not one lined up. Broski. Yeah, I cannot reconcile the side angles. I think front view I like the head a bit higher, side view I like it a bit lower. This looks like the head is kind of big. Yeah, just leave it like this for now. Yeah, her body proportions are not good. This is way too small. Oh, I need the tie width actually. Match the width. Check, check. Alright, good night, George. Yes, thank you. I'm so tired. Blah, blah. Maybe I should hop up too at some point. Where's my stuff? Not here. Oh, but I see this marker for the crotch here means that this has to be higher. Here. The ties are not nearly enough. Oh, but that's only if the tie itself is a tube. But I think it's not that bad. I can just simplify it to that. Yeah, this head size for this torso, too big. Need to at least expand the body out. Yeah, somewhere there at least, right? This. Oh yeah, okay, you know what? I could actually do it the other way around. If I just use the side view and make it look good, I can reverse it back to the other one. Well, we're gonna have to redraw some stuff. Man, I'm so tired. I'm actually so sleepy right now. Oof. Let me try and at least get this one done, and then might have to hop off earlier. My god. Oh my god. Oh, right, because... Oh, okay. Oh, there's some perspective going on at the feet, because otherwise it would have been here. Yeah, the side view doesn't quite match up. So what then? Well, what is the problem? No, wait, but if that's the angle, doesn't that mean it goes down anyways, just like that? But if I draw the feet, it's like this, though. The heel will be here. Thereabouts, check. Oh, she doesn't. I didn't give her enough space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me see, the original alignment is probably what we wanted. Then we have this issue here. any precision here. So how big and fat are we talking here for the tail here? So if the target is this width here, what are we matching it up with? The tie, right? Okay. Maybe slightly thicker than the tie then. And what is the right? So this is iterate until we guide. I mean, I complained about Alan's tail being too thick. Mine is probably gonna be too long. More likely than not, it's gonna be way too long. Which one was the original one? Let me see. Oh shit. Other issues. So if we don't fix that, the alignment will get mixed up. Yeah, it's a good chance it gets mixed up. I think we should fix that first. I'm gonna break the lines and then we're gonna do a reconcile thing later. I think it's yeah, the face proportions, let's see. So what, extension is evenly across, right? Eyes smaller, everything evenly across. Oh, okay, I can see it. I think the vibes are clearing, but then it depends now. Now we have to re-evaluate. As for the why the line is being drawn here? Hello, Duvet. How are you, Duvet? It's not that easy to reconcile. Yeah, I'm kind of dying here. I want to get things done, I'm kind of dying here. Blah, blah, blah. Tomorrow is Saturday, but I have to work a little bit as well in the morning. In a couple hours time. Yes. Yeah, I know, right? This is this sequence here. And how do I reconcile this? This actually matches up. Does it? No, the eyes don't. So the difference is what angles? What? Oh, right. So, yeah. strictly speaking. It'd be more like that, I think. I think this is valid. You to run that. Yeah. What? Where's my sketch? I know. It's over here. Alright, I'm dying. I am gonna have to hop off here. Holy crap. Cannot keep my eyes open. What did we do today? A lot of talking. Brainstorm some ideas for drawing. Kind of stupid. I mean, I didn't really have to type it out, I guess, but why not? Now it's all concrete on here. And we can always see why we're drawing it and expand on the ideas and other ideas. And clothing, just mostly come out with the philosophy for where we're going. I do like that we have a more basic setup here. Right, yeah. Something that's usable, and then something that we can build on top of, rather, I should say. I think of it usable as in like, because otherwise, if it contains elements I didn't like, it's going to be a restart. Because it's not just like removing the items. It might interfere with the evaluation of other things, but anyways. At least this one we can build on top of. I think that's nice. That's good, that's good, that's good. Anyways. That's it for now. See you guys tomorrow. Monday, not tomorrow, but have a good night, guys. Thanks for coming. I'm so zippy. Goodbye, guys. Have a good night.